Here in the city of Doors, Dame's troubles tend to go unheard. The factions keep their own law, and the average Joe, well, we're stuck carving out our own order. But Sigil isn't without help. When you've got a problem with no solution, a puzzle with no key, there's only one joint in town to turn to. They might not be the most professional outfit around, but they always solve the case. Because when you're desperate enough to turn to these idiots, you'll find your conundrum might just be open and shut.
Hello, and welcome to a little mystery-solving D&D campaign, folks. My name is Austin, and as always, I'm joined by my sleuths without a kip who finally have to pay the music. Say hello, everyone.
Hi.
Pay the music.
Hello.
I get the Sigil can't, but that doesn't really scan in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know what? I take it up with the website that tells me all of the different planar can'ts that with
really Cockney slang, I think, for the most part.
Predate WotC? Because
I think it might
part of 2E.
It's on the cusp.
It definitely predates WotC.
Early edition D&D plane travel is wild to read about. Anyway, I was going to say I didn't realize how much campaign 1 is imprinted in my brain because I still always expect you to go planes hopping D&D campaign. I'm like, wait, no, that's the
no, we changed
I
the
had a
branding. We
similar
changed the
thought where I
branding.
was like, what are we going to do for next campaign?
I'm going to have to come up with something for the next campaign. Yeah. Spoilers. I don't have one yet, but
Secrets.
I know what the next campaign is, so I'll have to start thinking of that.
That's what
anyway,
you say.
I am constantly lying and claiming I know more than I do. I'm really kind of making it up as I go along. I am Grommet laying down the tracks as the train speeds along, and also a penguin has a gun to my head.
All according to plan. The plan is I'm making it up.
If the penguin isn't a character in the next couple of episodes, I will be slightly sad.
Yes.
Ooh, new backup character.
Feathers McGraw
Just
is
like
a valid
Batman the
D&D.
Penguin?
No. Feathers
No,
McGraw
Feathers
from
McGraw.
Wallace and
Feathers
Gromit.
Okay, all right.
Feathers McGraw from the Oscar-nominated Wallace and Gromit Vengeance Most Foul is a
Feathers McGraw
reappearance
is from
his
other Wallace and
original
Gromit
appearance
pictures.
in an earlier one of the short specials.
Look, let's be real.
I
Feathers
rewatched
McGraw is
all
like
of
at
those.
least an archdevil or something, right?
I
Like,
knew Feathers McGraw before the Oscar nomination.
Feathers McGraw is
Wow.
probably too powerful to enter Sigil. That's why they haven't appeared yet.
I mean, he even has a hat of disguise, right? Or more like a
Yeah.
glove of disguise.
My background
Because Austin's
character
giving us
is
that
an
look.
Aarakocra rogue, and
Kenku never speaks. All right, I think I'm
You
coming
got
around
it
on
out of
this.
your system? You're all good?
no.
All right.
No, we could keep spitting this for a while.
Oh yeah.
You know what? I'm beat. So, you know what? You guys take care. You guys take this away. I'll see y'all next week.
The bits will continue until morale improves.
I mean,
Don't
does that make
you
Wallace a
threaten me.
golem? Anyway, golem.
Before we get started, we haven't even gotten started. Before we get started, Sophia has many words to share with us. Go ahead.
Well, we were talking
Regale.
about birds, and how could I be remiss to not bring it back around to what is now a very untimely...
Shooting guns into the air in frustration.
I'll give you this one. You deserve it for winning the Super Bowl.
Let's go birds.
Let's
go birds.
go.
Go
Sophia,
birds.
you deserve it for personally winning the Super Bowl.
It was all you, baby. The
I
city
like
of
to
Philly couldn't have
believe
done it without your support.
that being obnoxious on a podcast that I knew would not come out until weeks after the Super Bowl is what allowed Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts to lead our team to glorious domination on the field.
Saquon
It was
Barkley had
you,
like 45
loyal
yards.
audience, that were charging the spirit bomb that let them
Yes.
win the Super Bowl.
You were
Like
the
to
final
charge,
set of
reblog to cast,
hands
as
that
it
were
were.
applauding to bring Tinkerbell back to life.
Yeah,
Yes.
you clapped your hands because you believed, and
Yes.
that gave them the power.
And
they
everyone
needed.
on this podcast is now very familiar with the words of the Eagles fight song, so I'm going to give this one last try. If just
No,
the
sorry.
first two lines,
No.
if you guys could sing that for me, because I know you all know it, because I've said it so many times.
Man, it'd be
always
so
thinking about
fucked
something
if we
else.
sang the Chiefs fight song in perfect
Probably
unison
A
right now, wouldn't it?
minor. That's all I
You know what,
internalized.
Sophia?
I'm so sorry.
Sophia, here you go. Fly, eagles, fly on the road to victory. Fight, eagles, fight. Score a touchdown, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Hit 'em low, hit 'em high, and watch our eagles fly. Fly, eagles, fly. On the road to victory, something like that.
Eagles, Eagles, baby.
Eagles. Yeah.
So did you have the lyrics pulled up, or was that straight off the dome?
That was straight off the dome for reasons I might explain later in the section.
Oh,
Excellent.
this episode's coming with lore.
Yes. I did also in an earlier episode notice that Beleg has the same number of letters as Eagles, so we've covered this ground. But yeah, no, this is amazing. Great job, Noir. I'll say you added a much more musical lilt to it than a lot of fans I've heard.
Well,
cheer.
yeah, because it's a bunch of drunken footballers, but it does have tune. It does have a tune. The melody does have a tune to it.
But
It's like
all
when
of
people
this-
get to sing the national anthem and they just like oversing the hell out of it and just add whole new melody lines.
all of this was to say
you also have to
that I am just as excited about our Discord server and Patreon, where you can go to hang out with our community and support the podcast, as I am that the Birds absolutely kicked the Chiefs' ass this year. Check out the mid-roll for more from them, but in the interim, I'm gonna suspiciously return the streetlight back to Broad Street and turn the podcast back over to Austin. Go Birds, baby.
Oh, is it my turn now?
No, but
Thank you.
we'll
Thank
Thank
you
you
very much
life
for that.
slowly
Thank you.
draining from your eyes through that whole series of bits.
Yeah, it's been a day. Anyway, but for the rest of you, this is any other day that you could be
Yeah.
listening to it. So,
Well, don't take it out on
all
us.
right. Let me brush all that off and get ready as we return to Rolling with Difficulty, Campaign 2, Season 2, Episode 8 of Open and Shut Investigations. When last we left our heroes, we begin right where we left off. The back room of a warehouse in the market ward, where our 4 heroes are recovering from their near-fatal injuries and planning their next moves, with Shemeshka looking to exact vengeance for your many actions against her and the Fortune's Wheel and her machinations. You prevented your place of business from being destroyed. You prevented yourselves from all being murdered, which was awesome. You managed to get the secrets you need to get Evrard out, but you have more of the loop, which is excellent, but you have more pressing business to attend to. 2 things. 1, fulfilling a deal with Esteban so that you can get Shemeshka off of your back. And the other, the case that you picked up in the last episode regarding a sick Eladrin, which I believe is what the group has decided to focus their efforts on. So I assume everyone's going to be taking a long rest since everyone was injured, beaten up. It was
Yes,
kind of later in the day
please.
at this point.
Yes, a
So
long rest would
take
be
your
nice.
long rest, and then as light comes to Sigil in the early hours before peak, investigators have opened and shut. What would you like to do?
Yes, I believe we have a response to kind of addressing the group, because we decided off
Yeah.
pod to do this adventure first as opposed to some of the other stuff. But to put a story to it, Ingrid would present. I believe that we have a professional responsibility, despite our unfortunate circumstances, to fulfill any contracts or cases that we had taken up before being targeted by Shemeshka. Now, while it is certainly going to be difficult to get around the city freely with her agents keeping an eye out for us, I think we owe it to Celinda, that Eladrin, to figure out her mystery ailment and assist before we get to any potentially less time-pertinent issues. Is everyone in agreement that we pursue this case first?
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't want her going through anything worse just because we had our own stuff going on.
Very well. Fally and Beleg, you were before our office burned down. Almost.
Only mostly.
Only mostly.
Only mostly.
Before
Only partially.
before that
Foundations
event,
The
still
structure's still good.
you were
you can rebuild.
investigating around the ditch. Did you discover anything that could potentially help guide our investigation?
Yeah, we didn't really get a chance to compare notes. Fally might have had a little more luck than I did. I was down at the water's edge just trying to see if I could get a feel for anything weird, and it didn't really seem like that was the right angle.
Yes, no, so, Fally is compiling a list of the ways in which this warehouse does not comply necessarily with the list of demand, or of things that Esteban agreed to. Written in big letters at the top is just coffee, circled in big letters.
I brought my own. It's still good. It's got that extra
Fally-
roasty flavor now.
No, yes, No. Sorry. I'm sure you know it's like a it's like a biscotti, right? But a drink.
Interesting.
I'm sure it's interesting. Yes, exactly, interesting. But yes, no. Back to the subject at hand. I did collect a rather impressive list of complaints and maladies from people I talked to on the bridge. It seems that people in that area are sort of lacking an organizing authority to complain to. But I have a list of boils, pestilence, loud neighbors, trash accumulating, trash unaccumulating. I'm not really sure what that one is. That seems magic and good?
that's
question mark.
Sometimes they'll leave piles of things and then discover
that was a goblin.
Portals to other planes often appear and disappear at different times. Stuff goes missing in Sigil all the time that you just leave on the wrong stoop, and then the next day it's in the plane of slime or whatever. So I wouldn't worry about the disappearing one, at least.
Fally looks down at his feet in alarm, and then says, "Yes, but the upshot of that was nothing that seems to be related to the symptoms experienced by our client. So
interesting.
Also, kind of a blank end, a dead end, as it were.
Then perhaps it's something not related to the water supply. I know that's largely what we've been focusing on. Thinking of extreme cold, perhaps there's something, infernal at work. If there's some sort of, maybe a ghostly possession or something. Just spitballing here. My only inclination is that we could perhaps go investigate their day-to-day route to see if anything stands out, but that is a bit unfocused, so if anyone has any suggestions, I'd love to hear them.
Is there perhaps a sort of an Eladrin gathering or communal area that we could ask if anyone else is experiencing these symptoms? Sort of see if it's, related specifically to Celinda, or if it is maybe a more general thing that's beginning to spread?
That's a good question. I'm trying to think if I know any other Eladrin. There's one that works at a bar somewhere, but not a frequent haunt of mine. Austin, does Ingrid know of any Eladrin gathering places?
No, there's not Eladrin gathering places like that.
Yeah.
It's not like an Eladrin bar or something like that they all gonna hang out at.
Yeah. It seems likely to me that it's not so much something happened with the water specifically as if something was going to spread, it was going to spread when a large portion of the city was all clustered around the ditch for clean water. So that could have been spreading anything at the time. The fact that it has a sort of unhallowed feel makes me think that it's certainly not a natural disease. Might not even be something that can spread from person to person on its own. Could be some sort of curse being intentionally inflicted by somebody. But I wouldn't know where to start looking for that, so...
Then, as much as it may risk, I do think it would behoove us to be especially cautious anytime we're on the streets. It sounds like we should probably start on the path between the kind of Hall of Records area and the Eladrin's home. That's where they said they spent most of their time, and I can't think of any better way to narrow it down, at least at the moment.
Before we do that, do you think we should check in on her? It has been a whole day, and she said it was advancing pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been a little more than 12 hours at this point since you last saw her.
Certainly. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we're kind of close to the Hall of Records, right? That's near where
Actually, pretty close, yeah. Excuse me, let me bring up... I usually have my map ready, but it seems that I've neglected to bring that up
because we're not going to do any combat today. There's no need for battle maps.
Sophia
it's going to be
doesn't
No,
have
I
to
meant
animate anything.
my map of... I usually have my map of Sigil
map.
ready.
No, I'm
don't worry,
speaking it into
Roll20's
existence. This is another Yub Nub episode, and nothing bad ever happens during those.
Manifesting.
Yeah.
This is Yub Nub. Yeah, the hall. So you are in the market ward, and her apartment. Yeah, her apartment is actually not that far from you. It is. I've written down here somewhere. I know that it was over here though, because she doesn't work that far from where she lives. So it's funny to remember things about a person that's not a person as if they were real, and you're like, yeah, I know that she said it's not a far walk, but I don't remember exactly where her address is. I made her up.
Edge of the clerk's ward.
Yeah.
That's what I have.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yes, the edge of the clerk's ward on. Yeah, fantastic. Which is between you and the Hall of Records anyway. So. you can, if you were looking to head to her apartment and then the Hall of Records, it would be a straight line basically from where you are to those three things.
Great.
Great.
Then that sounds reasonable to me. Let's start with the house call and then go from there, perhaps.
Perfect.
Something new will have arisen or some new source of evidence. I certainly hope the disease has not progressed at all, but, maybe she remembers something helpful.
And then
All right.
I think once we get close, I'd like to cast Detect Poison and Disease.
Ooh.
Okay, fantastic.
Very, very good.
So, you begin to make your way, you exit out of the dock, out of the warehouse here. There are people all around moving crates and things like that. It's another classic busy market ward morning, not unlike the one that you arrived during, Fally. And you begin to make your way through the market ward and to the clerk's ward. The neighborhood here is generally pretty well kept, and there's a lot of residents in the area that you're heading to. And so as you move out of all these shops and into the more residence area, there's this big band of residential area that kind of marks the delineation between the market ward and the clerk's ward, where there's a lot more administrative buildings. You come upon the address that was given to you for Celinda. So you want to go ahead and cast Detect Poison and Disease for me?
Yeah.
Fantastic. And read to me what that spell does. Is that a concentration spell?
Yeah, concentration up to 10 minutes. For the
Okay.
duration, you can sense the presence and location of poisons, poisonous creatures, and diseases within 30 feet of you. You can also identify the kind of poison, poisonous creature, or disease in each case. The spell can penetrate most barriers, but it is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
Okay. So you want to make sure she's not under 3 foot of dirt before you... anyway. Yeah,
It feels like,
fantastic.
unless we've really failed, she probably should be above the dirt.
Hopefully.
She probably should be above dirt right now. You head up into the building. There's no buzzers or anything, right? Like, you just walk into any building here. So you head up into the building and find the room that she gave you, the apartment for where she lives, and give a little knock, I assume?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fantastic. Blake, you give a sharp knock, and give it like 10, 15 seconds, no response.
Oops, Heglor begins taking off their armor. All right, time to sneak in and see what's going on.
Fally, you feeling anything through the door?
Is Fally feeling anything through the door?
I guess that the answer is it's within how many feet?
30.
30 feet.
30? Oh yeah, 30 feet. Okay. As you approach the door is wood, but it's very thin. You do get a sense of disease. Now, I believe that your spell dictates that it gives you the nature of the disease as well, right?
Yes, the kind of disease, yeah.
Okay. You sense disease, but the nature of the disease is hidden from your divination. This is... if anyone wants to make a religion or medicine check.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, in fact, I think this is Fally
cleric.
and Beleg. This is really up both of their alleys. So
Great. Well, except I have proficiency in neither of these.
I can kick down the
Oh,
door.
I got
Do we want people to kick down the
I
door?
went to the City of Swords. They don't call it that for nothing.
Got a 14.
Okay, for medicine or for religion.
Religion.
I got a 10 for medicine.
Okay, 14 for religion. You do know you were called to help with this case because normal means of divine curing disease were not working. You suspect whatever is preventing this disease from being cured by normal cure disease divine magic is also blocking you knowing more about it. So it's not completely off your radar, but the thing that prevents it from being fixed is the same thing that's preventing you from just being like, pneumonia. It's pneumonia.
So, character question. Did Fally just figure out that this is the thing he was deployed to figure out? Or has Fally known for a little while that this is like something that they're sneakily trying to do? Like,
Oh, I think it's in the sense that all of us have been called to Austin, was that in the sense of
Oh,
open
Yes,
shut has been
when
called to the client?
Utaglor got the note that said,
Okay,
come
sorry.
on down,
Okay.
we need help, it said, hey, this disease is resisting divine curing, just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that one you dealt with a while ago.
Yeah.
Can you do the same thing? Which, as a reminder, was finding the source of the disease so that Alphax could create could use material components in the cure disease to remove it. So
Yep,
basically
sorry.
coming
We're
up with
good?
a magical antidote.
I misinterpreted that Fally was calling on like something that he knew that we didn't know, rather than this is something we'd known from before.
Yeah.
My bad. All good.
On a
Well, and-
14, this is just a connection to the immediate case.
Okay.
And above the table, I think Fally has already like checked in to see if it's sort of similar to the thing that's happening on Mount Celestia.
Secret thing.
And it was
You have, and there is that connection right now of like divine resistance, right?
but
That is
not
a running
specific.
thread. But there are no other specifics, and it's not things resist divine healing. Not all the time, but occasionally. That's why there are still like magical maladies and things like that. So it is a small pool, but it is not an empty pool.
Is the door locked?
You try the handle, it is locked.
Great. Can I... It seems that no one's coming to this door, correct?
Doesn't sound like it.
Great, let's make
Am I
a...
sneaking under? What's
I'm
happening?
just gonna try and pick the lock, you know? I feel like...
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
My
Utaglor
apologies.
is naked. Okay.
All right, take me 10 minutes to don this armor once more.
Well, that's not... this is not my most practiced bit. It's not very performative, you understand. It's tools.
You got this.
Tools
Is
check.
it better to trespass
tools.
underneath the door or trespass by unlocking the door?
We're just doing a wellness check, you know? Okay. What is my tools business?
Really depends on the laws, right? If breaking and entering are separate crimes, then under the door is better because you were just entering, not breaking.
Yes.
But if it's sort of
Ah.
combined, it doesn't really matter.
Oh, I don't know. I've seen Miss Starling open locks pretty impressively. There's no breaking involved usually, unless she.
It's a proficiency plus dex for thieves' tools, right? Cool. That is a 14.
Audience, that was me nodding.
Yeah.
A what?
14.
Add some like
14 is
Scooby-Doo mouth
on a
references
mundane lock.
first.
14 is enough.
Great.
You get
I rolled an 8.
get it in there. There is like a latch on the inside, but once you get the door open, you're able to flip the latch off, and and the door swings open. You see a modest, if well furnished apartment, basically like a little studio. It calls to mind, if you recall, a long time ago, dealing with a certain orc who had stolen from from the university and dealt with
Oh,
Savario.
yeah.
That
Good
same
times.
apartment, it's not the same here, but imagine the same kind of setup. It's a studio kind of apartment here with a little kitchen area and a little like chimney to the side and a bed. But it is a much nicer part of town. It is smaller probably, but much better kept and better furnished. And in that bed, you see that back to you is a blue and white Eladrin in winter.
Oh, dear.
Back to us.
like,
Her back to us. We can't see her
unconscious.
face right now.
Your back is to you. You can't see her face right now.
All right, who's gonna take the plunge and get the horror movie jump scare?
Celinda, hello.
Thank
Thank you, Taglor. Your sacrifice is appreciated.
Utaglor, you go over and check, and she is peacefully asleep. But first off, she is completely in winter at this point, and the white rash vein pattern thing has spread its way up neck, across face. That's all you can see. Her hands are also, like, you can see her face and her hands are exposed. She's otherwise wearing, like, night clothes. But there's nothing on her hands, but you can see it spread up her face, and anything else you can't see with the, like, night clothes that she's wearing. And she is just completely asleep. You can... go ahead, make me... I feel like this is easy enough. I'm not going to ask for a medicine check. You can also feel that she is feverish.
Should have put some
Despite being in winter, she is feverish.
It seems as though the disease has progressed quite considerably in our absence.
Last time we dealt with a rogue disease, it had symptoms that were reminiscent of the plane of origin a little bit. Is there perhaps anything about this symptoms and the way they're presenting that like calls to mind any of the I'm thinking of like like layers of Acheron and stuff, or Avernus and all. But like, does anything about this call to mind a particular like planar alignment or like planar terrain?
Planar alignment or planar terrain, that would be a high Arcana or History check. You could also make medicine checks if you'd like to start examining her. That might help get some more details, but if you want to try to connect it to some piece of planar lore, you can also roll, like I said, Arcana or History. It really feels like there should be a lore check.
I think that's kind of...
I guess that's what...
That's Arcana and History.
It's kind of split it between Arcana and History, but I don't know, lore sounds cool.
Yeah.
History sounds like, it happened. Lore is like, ugh.
Well, I'm better
at 5 editions
Arcana.
behind, or don't bards have lore?
I'm better at Arcana and History than I am Medicine, so if someone else wants to make a Medicine check to look and see if there's anything like physical clues, I can do the attempt sort of planar association.
I have no proficiency in a flat +1 in medicine, but I can do it if nobody else can.
I have a +3.
Okay.
I got a +3 as well. But I have something else I want to do. If Uptag, you want to go for it?
Sure.
You're also closer.
Sure.
Ooptag. That's a new one.
There's also help actions, or 2 people could make medicine checks if they want, or 2 people could make history checks. Remember, you can always do 1 person gives someone else the help action, or 2 people make the check is how we run skill checks like that. So Oob is doing a medicine. Ingrid is doing a history or an arcana or some such. Fally, was there something that you wanted to do?
Yeah, so obviously my detect poison and disease is being blocked, but that's still like an active sensation. Can I attempt to like look out the window, look around to see if I can see any similar thing happening? Like sort of the way that you can navigate through space by looking at shadow, like the absence of light in some way.
Interesting.
So like the absence of information is still information.
Go ahead and make me a perception check.
Ooh.
And Beleg, is there anything that you would like to do?
I'm considering just doing another divine sense to see if I get anything more specific than last time, since this is advanced since 12 hours ago. I don't really have much else I can do in this situation, but
That is a dirty 20.
Ooh.
Okay, fantastic. So we have and you know what, Beleg, go ahead. If you'd like to use a divine sense, go for it. You're going to get the same information that you got before automatically. Go ahead and make me a religion check to see if there's maybe something more. I know it's not necessarily your hottest thing.
Would you believe I have 0 in it?
Okay, so hold on. To keep in track really quick, Fally has 20. Oobtaglor, what did you roll?
17 for medicine.
17, not too bad. Ingrid, what did you get
I
on
got
your lore, your recalling?
I got a natural 1 for history. Ingrid's really shaken up after what's been happening the last few days. Her long-lived memory is a little bit all over the place.
Okay, and Beleg, what'd you get?
5 plus 0 is 5.
Is that how that math works out? Okay, so Beleg, using your divine sense, you're not picking up on anything else right now from more than what you've already tried. But
I don't suppose anyone else within 60 feet of it has it.
No one else within 60 feet has it, and it's hallow, unhallow, and fiends and undead and celestials.
Celestial fiends, undead, any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated, as with the hallow spell.
Yeah, that's. So desecration is basically the vibe here.
Right.
That's very specific for a specific spell, but it's aligned. So that's kind of how we're playing that. Ingrid, yeah, you're like, wow, yeah. Let me think.
It's really hard to concentrate
and you're thinking
on
back to
what is a very pressing
your time in
issue.
the Feywild.
When my office was on fire, like less than 24 hours ago, so I'm having trouble focusing on the task at hand.
Just kind of absentmindedly rubbing a burned corner of your outfit there, your sleeve. Utaglor, on a 17 medicine check, you begin to investigate respectfully to kind of get a look at this thing that's going on, the progressed symptoms. You kind of roll her onto her back, You check, same. It's coming from like the kind of upper shoulder area and then traveling across up the neck, starting to come up the face. You feel the fever is not life-threatening, but it's pretty high and is probably related to, if not the reason that she's unconscious right now. Life-threatening. It's probably going to get life-threatening. She's not dying in your hands here, but in your pseudopods here. But certainly the fever is worrisome, and you, on a 17 on a hunch, open her mouth, and you see that there is that same spider webbing inside throat up into like roof of mouth. But it is the white is a little bit fuzzy.
God damn it!
And
What did I say last time? I said if it's mushrooms again, I'm gonna freaking kill you in real life.
You identify that the
that's a good
nature of this
boy.
disease is not bacterial or viral, but fungal.
Last
Could I-
campaign,
so-
Austin kept making us fight against Zugat Moy's forces and having to deal with a bunch of mushrooms that were bad, and Red didn't like it, and now Austin's doing it again.
I have like 2 phobias
Alright.
total, and this is like 1.5 of them.
So
Obligatory.
Put it on the
It's
lines
just
of veil.
'cause-
Every season have been like lines of veils, guys. If there's anything you don't want me to talk about, put it on there. And
No,
there is
it's
one
fine.
post from Wally about his phobia, and that's it.
It's fine.
I just the obligatory. No,
It's for
just because
character
Austin's a fun guy. Okay.
Hey.
I have one thing.
back.
I have a follow-up, Austin.
Yeah, please.
So the fact that Upteglor sees that there is a source of like signs of a fungal infection in the mouth specifically, is the assumption here that this is something that was ingested and
Good
or
question.
or
I-
or
Is
am
it
I
something she
determining
ate or
that this is just
drank?
like the continuation of it traveling up from a different? I'm trying to figure out where the source is, whether it was something that's
Understood.
ingested and it traveled up into the mouth.
Actually,
or-
I guess corollary question. At the point it's kind of radiating out from on her chest, does she have any sign of like injury, like a bite, a sting?
That was my next question.
Yeah. I feel like you can.
Great question.
Yeah.
Great question. It coming from her mouth does not confirm or deny to you that it was ingested. On a 17, you're not sure. You do not see a wound on her, like where it starts. You don't see like anything there. If you would like to do like a more thorough investigation or something like that of her body, you could.
Sure.
That would be another check that you make here, but in the meantime, we're going to turn to Fally. Fally, you reach out with your detect poison and disease. You reach out with your mind and start to kind of feel around. The presence here is very distracting, but with a 20, you start reaching out and you're kind of like walking around the apartment. I'm picturing the scene from Princess Bride where Inigo has like the sword and he's like, lead the way.
Spirit,
He's just kind of
guide
like
me.
stumbling around with the
It's a
sword.
little fuzzy. It's a little fuzzy.
It sure
That's
is.
a lot fuzzy
Tegler's
looking.
like, it is a little fuzzy.
Yeah.
Wait, yep.
But you start to feel around, and you don't feel anything anything else that is exactly like this presence. But as you kind of come to the corner of the apartment, you suddenly get a sense of through the wall, out like in the hallway, this kind of like down the hallway, maybe around the corner even. You get a sense of someone who has like 4 ailments. You're picking up like common cold. You're picking up like
Rheumatism.
just like a bunch of like minor ailments that are bothering this like one individual person. They're just all
Actually
centered on
Eustace
one
Banks.
person. It's actually Eustace. But you pick up someone who's like super sick nearby.
Oof. All right. Well, that's rough, but not related.
Well,
So
are we
I'm
sure?
Are we? Yeah. Like, is it just a? I mean, I feel like there's a lot of sick people in Sigil. Is it? Am I getting the sense that this person is like out of
It's
place where they are?
it's
if that
notable
makes sense?
because of how many sicknesses they have. Like most people would like have one of the like people get sick in Sigil plenty, and they usually have one thing at a time. But it's notable that this person has like a whole bunch of shit going on.
Is it, guys? sorry, not to distract him. Is it notable if in Sigil someone has more than one illness at a time? Like, say, 4 relatively serious maladies all at once?
And then moving
I think
around?
That would be
it's more.
I think that would be a relevant thing anywhere.
It's
not
notable
not
that
just
they seem to
including
have
Sigil.
figured out the secret to immortality, I suppose, or at least they have incredible immune system.
I only needed one of those to take it easy for the day. Let me just pop my head out of the apartment real quick and see who this mystery sick person is.
Yeah. You pop your head out of the apartment and look. You see that there is a half-elven woman wearing kind of like an apron who is standing way down at the end of the hallway, kind of where it turns. She has a whole bunch of papers. You go ahead and make a history check at advantage, Beleg.
Me? Okay. Okay. But that's a 14.
A 14? You swear you've seen this woman before. You're like, I recognize this woman.
I recognize this woman.
You said that she had papers?
Yeah, she's got like a stack of papers, and she's like, she slides one under one door, and then she goes to the next door. And she
Wait, is this the friggin' organ harvesting operation?
I think Sally's also gonna poke his head.
She like wipes a snotty nose on a sleeve.
I think that she might be from the competitor to the gatehouse. You know, the one that's definitely harvesting people for parts.
Make an insight check, Blake.
Oh, sure. Is this one also at advantage or nah?
This one's just straight.
Okay. 12.
12. Oh, that's a natural 1. I was like, what? I rolled my really funny metal dice I can't read the numbers on. That's a natural 1. She is watching you, watching her, and like trying to look extremely inconspicuous, sliding these papers under the door. But she goes and she does like a second one under the first door again, and then goes to the door and does like a second one that she's already slid papers underneath, like she's just stalling.
There's no need to be shy, ma'am.
You say that, she looks over at you and then drops all the papers and starts to run.
Oh, God damn it.
I'm gonna sidle over and pick up one of the papers.
Yeah, it's this Weary Spirit Infirmary. You've seen these papers before.
Yep.
You hear her boom, 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 down the stairs. Boom, 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 boom.
Was that the individual who had like 4 diseases?
Seems like it.
I can no longer sense them, so...
You feel it go 30 feet away, out of your range.
Are they rapidly descending down the stairs, or perhaps a window?
About as rapid as she can manage.
Then yes, that would be the individual.
Great. Everyone but me might want to be careful holding this paper.
Is it also riddled with the diseases when I look at it?
No, but it does have some concerning stains.
They get close to me and just fizzle out of existence.
Now, am I correct in assuming that that's the Weary Spirit Infirmary on that parchment?
Yeah, were they notably sick the last time we were near there? I feel like they seemed like they were in better health.
That's a good question for the two of you, because I got eaten by a house around the last time we were by there.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Well, we also weren't really looking for any particular diseases at that time. So
yeah,
if
it didn't
they
really
were
come
sick,
up. You didn't have any kind of magical sense of it.
If they were sick, we didn't notice. Could I make that investigation check?
Yes, please make that investigation.
Retroactively. She was pretty spry for somebody with 4 major diseases.
Perhaps it's a sort of cult situation where they inoculate themselves with diseases and then have some sort of, I don't know, maybe they curse themselves with pneumonia and they're resistant to its harmful effects, but they can still spread the goddamn pneumonia.
They're basically just kindergarten teachers.
Making themselves Typhoid Mary for no reason.
Yes. People
21.
21?
21.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, 21 is high enough. You look at her and your brain... this is how I imagine it. Tell me if this is too macabre for Ooptag lore. But you're looking at this person who, unlike you, has a front and a back. And you're thinking of murder investigations you've done before. And how, if there are no defensive wounds, it's because they were attacked from behind. a thing you don't have to worry about being a giant blob of goo. And you start thinking of this as a murder in slow motion. And so you roll her, instead of her on her back where all the whatever is, you roll her onto her front, and you begin to check, and indeed, on the back shoulder, though there is no sign of infection there, you see that there is a small puncture wound, very small, that's kind of like narrowly triangular.
Like a syringe?
Like a dart?
More like a scalpel.
She was
Oh.
rather wary of hospitals. Do you think she had a bad experience at one first?
I think we maybe should get it to Alpex now.
It's not a scar, it's
a new wound?
Like a week old. It's
She
like
did
scabbed
also-
over, but
She did also mention that she was going to go to an alternative when the gatehouse did not prove helpful for her.
yes. But
Could-
you convinced her not to.
Could
Alright.
that be the weary spirit?
I think I know where we should start investigating, but I don't think we should leave her here unattended. And now that we have a wound for Altax to potentially treat, or perform some form of exploratory surgery, perhaps,
All
should
right.
at least have a better way to take care of her than we would out here.
I will try to wake Celinda.
I'm not sure if that's gonna work. But we can put her
She
on
does
dog.
not wake.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Let's get her
Okay,
on the
now
dog.
I feel no guilt about lifting her up and carrying her.
All right, she goes on the big ass dog,
Yep.
and you're going to take her to the
The gatehouse. Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. Honestly, no one even looks twice at you carrying an unconscious person on a dog across the city. It's
Yeah.
Sigil.
Yes,
It's like
it's Sigil.
it's like the 30th least interesting thing that they've seen
Yeah.
today.
Could I make a check while we're traversing, because we're going a bit of a distance, just to keep an eye out for anyone paying special attention to us that could... I'm thinking of agents of Shemeshka, but like, is anyone like that dwarf like especially looking at us as we're walking around?
I'd like to
Yeah,
help
fantastic. Yep, so that would be perception checks.
Sure.
And if you do want to move stealthily through the city, you can. It is to blend in with crowds, that is a stealth check, but with charisma rather than dexterity. You can also use dexterity if you choose, but you can use charisma instead to try to hide within a crowd naturally.
Yeah.
Could I use my charisma instead of dogs, which is somehow a -1?
Well, they don't. I'm not worried about dog.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Great.
If you want to make one for yourselves, though,
I would
feel
love
free.
to.
That's a 21 perception check.
That's with
perception
advantage
or
with me
stealth?
help. Well,
Well, I
don't know
was
if
keeping
can
an eye.
help,
I
but,
was
like-
keeping an eye out for the Shemeshka agents. I can do stealth if you
Ingrid
want to
is
do that as
keeping
well.
an eye out for anyone who is paying undue attention to you. A 21 is fantastic.
I think if Beleg is also trying to sneak, I think Fally will also try to sneak.
Well,
Yeah.
the leg doesn't do sneak, but he does do nothing to see here, go about your business.
Yeah.
And I rolled a 17. I rolled all my
Okay.
stealth checks at disadvantage because of my armor, and the lowest I rolled was a 14, baby. The highest was a
Okay.
19.
All right, I'll
Not
stealth as
bad.
well then.
I'm doing the equivalent of like power walking into a place with a clipboard and a hard hat, and just everyone is like assuming.
Yeah, putting
that,
on
you know, obviously
a
that person knows
crew
what's up.
T-shirt, staff on the back in big block letters.
I mean, if anything, Beleg, I imagine it's, you're walking through the hive ward at this point. This is a place that's very natural to you.
Yeah.
And you can blend in with these crowds despite being completely out of, not from the same stock of these people at all,
Yeah.
Coming from, you couldn't imagine a more different background for
I'm
Beleg.
slightly
than-
smokier than
the
usual,
hive
so
ward.
the armor's a little bit less glisteny than typically.
Okay, 21 perception was fantastic. We got a 17, and anyone else willing to or wants to do the stealth check there?
Yeah, social stealth, I got a 21.
21,
Social
fantastic.
stealth, such a good way to put it.
Social stealth.
You can also use dexterity and just keep out of sight, but a more very natural if you don't want to, a very natural charisma kind of thing.
You know,
If you
Fally
want
has the
good at
benefit that
dexterity, so.
the agents of Shemeshka have no reason to believe that Fally is with us.
That is entirely correct. Valley has been there for a very short amount of time, and
The only
you
person who
killed
knows he's working with
one
us
of
died.
the only you killed one of the only people who knew about it. So
For the social stealth, Fally rolled a 13.
okay,
So-
pretty good.
You know,
It is a large city. Honestly, there's, even though you've only been here a little bit, there's that sense of like, you know, you've been in New York for a week, and at this point you're like, I know how it works now. I know the subway lines, kind of vibe. So you're still you're fitting in not bad. You're fooling most passerbys. And
you're walking the walk, but nobody's going to ask you for directions.
Something stupid crazy.
I mean, my stealth is better when I go with Dex and Charisma are the same, but I just have I had the Cloak of Elvenkind, which is good for hiding, but not so much for walking around. But I got a 16 total, so I'm.
Yeah, you're. Okay.
Ingrid's more focused on looking out for the maidens of
What the
Shemeshka, because I feel like realistically, I think where she's at is like, there's no, Sigil's such a huge city, where really just more important is to figure out if we're even being followed than kind of preemptively, kneecapping our ability to get around quickly.
Yeah. Can't be
On a
freaking out at every
21%.
you want to buy a sundial guy.
Yeah.
Exactly. And on a 21 perception, I'll give it to you as well. That first off, you don't see anyone paying any undue attention to you, and also, yeah, this thing happened 12 hours ago, which is not to say Shemeshka can't act fast, but it was only 12 hours ago. It was, sorry, I lost my train of thought. It was only 12 hours ago. It's a very large city. You did not spend the night in anywhere that she would know to look for you. No one's apartments or anything like that. And her operatives are on the literal other side of the Taurus. They're as far away as you can get right now. If you were to cross through the ladies' ward, that you're starting to get a lot closer to where her base of operations is. Right now, you're as far away as possible. So you have everything going for you that you could. You're probably in the clear, at least for now. The more time goes on, and the more you might do to call attention to yourself could change that, but you feel reasonably sure that you don't have anything to be looking over your shoulder about right now.
Cool.
Fantastic. And with all of that, and your anxieties eased a little bit about this potential and about this real enemy that you have that could potentially be following you at any minute, you make it to Alfax and the gatehouse. Alfax immediately brings her in and has a cot made up for her and begins doing basically the same examinations that you did, Utaglor, and muttering under her breath about how she should have stayed and if only she tried harder to get her to stay.
Aww.
I'll point out the scalpel wound on her back.
You point that out. She's experienced, so if you don't share the fungal thing at this point, the symptoms are clear enough for her to
I share that as well. Yeah,
I assume you do because you're not trying.
Yeah.
You trust her. One of the few good, trustworthy people you've honestly met in the city. You point out the scalpel, and she gives a sigh, shakes her head, and says, "This is why you need to have a full examination. Yes, these sort of diseases, fungal things, they can be inserted into the body in any place, and then they latch on wherever they find a weak spot. So it's not always exactly where the wound is. It could be misleading in this way. You're a keen eye, Utaglor, in order to find this."
Am I correct in assuming that not many people have access to these resources and know this sort of information to be able to do something like this?
To find something like this.
Insert a disease maliciously, intentionally and maliciously.
Utaglor, you're correct, yes. To insert a disease intentionally, maliciously is difficult, depends on the thing, but with this, it's difficult to do under normal circumstances. Even more difficult to do with something this rare, and a diminishingly small amount of people would be able to accomplish it with something that was also shielded against divine magics.
Do you know anyone who is half as capable as doing something like this?
Not anyone that I could put name to, but we're talking about powerful sorcerers, necromancers perhaps, powerful followers of different powers.
Is this enough for you to be able to start treating her, or do you still need more information about the nature of the disease?
Treatment? Yes. Cure? No such thing. I can hopefully keep her stable for much longer knowing the nature of it here, but until I'm able to purify it from her body, then who's to say? I can buy time. Perhaps I can buy lots of time. Perhaps I can buy little time.
Alright, well, we'll see about hunting down our first leads. And with luck, you won't need to make that stretch out any longer than you can.
If I could ask before we go, is the... I mean, I'm an elf myself, but not an Eladrin, but Eladrin are a little bit more in tune with nature and seasons. Is there any chance that the fungal infection is particularly potent in this individual because of their fey natural nature?
Ingrid, make an insight check. This is kind of a high DC.
Can I help her?
Go ahead.
I'm very good at insight. I have a...
I
have proficiency, so you could do advantage.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, go for, or you could both roll if you'd like. If you want to, I know.
I think
up
her
to you.
bonus might be higher than mine.
I get
Okay.
+7 to it
So-
because I'm also proficient in insight.
I got a +4.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, make an insight check at advantage.
Cool. Okay, that's not terrible. This one die is out of the running for the night, and the other die is back in. That's another 21.
Yeah.
21. Okay.
Nice.
On a 21, and Blake, I'd love for you to, once I give this information, narrate how you help reach this conclusion. But you ask if she's more susceptible by being an Eladrin, and Alfax basically tells you, no, I don't think so. But you do think back to the physical manifestation of the change, right? And
She's a good
it occurs
test
to you
subject.
that, yep, if you wanted to see the progression, an Eladrin is way more useful than like a human who would just look paler.
Yeah.
Yes. I think I'm starting to put together a picture of why our poor unfortunate soul here is the one afflicted. And I think we have a direction of where to start looking.
One more question just before we head out. Is she contagious at this stage or likely to become contagious under your care? Or...
No, now that we know the nature of it, we know that we should be very careful handling with any of her bodily fluids, things like that. So she's not going to breathe on us and make any of us sick.
All right, that's good to know. Well, hopefully we'll get this cleaned up for you before it gets any worse.
With haste, my friends, with haste. Yeah, and I mean that tracks Beleg with the physical wound that she didn't just like breathe in black mold somewhere.
That's exactly it. Basically, like, if she's probably either the only person that this has been done to or one of a small number that it has been actively done to and it has not yet become like a spreading pandemic, that's good. Like, we still have a timetable, but now it's like it's a limited small number of cases. It's not like the thing with the sunflies where it was like this could grow out of control very quickly.
Good insight, and Beleg, take an inspiration for that. Yeah, you're not dealing
shucks.
with a potential plague here. You're dealing with something serious, but
Right.
you're dealing it's hopefully on a small scale.
All right.
And then, from that, do we know from Alfax what we actually need to cure this? Are we just like looking for the information on this, like based on the last?
So the last time we did this, we basically needed to find what it was actually happening, like what was the cause of what monster was responsible for the infected sunflies thing that was happening, and then I think we torched the whole place. I was unconscious for most of that fight, so I don't remember all the details. But in this case, like, Alfax is better at this than any of us, so if we bring her the information, she will be able to fix it.
Basically, we just
need
want
to go
to
and fight the thing.
We want to facilitate the
The same way
reverse
you need-
engineering of a cure, basically, by finding the source.
Yes. The same way you need the venom of a snake to make the anti-venom for the snake. She's going to cast Cure Disease, but she's going to need a material component that is derived from the source of this disease. So
Gotcha.
you need to find a bigger one where it came from, and get that and bring that to her, or bring some part of that to her, or something like that.
Okay.
Well, I believe...
Shall we go make a house call?
Yes. Do we want to just...
An infirmary call.
as we're kind of walking over there, we are going to a place that will probably let us walk in right through the front door, which is not our usual MO. So do we want to pretend to be potential patients, or do we want to go play this incredibly straight and be like, we're here investigating? I think subterfuge might be in order, but I know that we've got some lawful types amongst us, so I would ask the group what they're interested in.
I was thinking about that. I'm gonna put on the hat of disguise and turn myself into an Eladrin.
It's also very good. I don't want to... I'm not going to cast
Are you
it.
just any Eladrin, or are you being Celinda?
Not Celinda. I imagine that I've seen Eladrin about and so I'll just turn.
Yeah,
into...
you've seen like a ton of them.
Yeah.
You've been here
so-
for years at this point. Like, there's Eladrin all about.
Yeah, so I'll turn myself into just a random Eladrin that I remember from this out on the streets.
Fantastic.
I'm not going to cast it because it would cost a spell slot, but I can also make myself look like an Eladrin if we wanted to attempt to go in not as ourselves. There's also the...
that's all very interesting and exciting and stuff, but I don't think I'm going to be doing that.
I guess my question, Beleg, is would you like to pretend to be a potential patient, or are you going to be able to lie and not just tell them that you're an investigator there to figure out what's going on? Because if that's... I need to know how... I think it would behoove us, as we are, to not split up too much. And if only one or two of us are able to actually disguise our intent, that does sort of make that difficult. So I just want to kind of gauge where we're at in that regard.
Both of the things you suggested I do are lies.
What would your preferred method of entry? If you were going to do this solo, how does Beleg enter our not
Through
hospital?
the nearest door or possibly window. They're infusing some sort of unhallowing fungal infection into an innocent person. This is definitely some sort of hinky abyssal nonsense going on. This is exactly the kind of thing it is literally my job to stop. There's no innocent explanation for whatever's going on in there if this is the place it's really happening. I'm only going to stay as long as necessary to figure out if this is where it's happening, and then we're going to make it stop happening. Does anybody have a problem with that?
I guess I'm just concerned that they're going to see you storming the gates and then hide the thing that is explicitly abyssal or whatever. You know, like I think they probably don't have it at the front desk, so we might need to kind of bluff our way deeper into the operation to do the then storming the castle bit. Granted, this is all hypothetical, of course. Once we get there, it could be different, but I
have sending.
Oh?
It could be that we split the party just enough that Ingrid and I go in with under the guise of patients who wayward souls who are looking for maybe a way to earn a quick buck or make ourselves susceptible to the people at the infirmary.
yes.
And we hold up the ruse long enough to confirm for a fact that they are the ones behind this, in which case I will notify Beleg, and then we can storm the castle.
Miss Celinda wasn't aware that this is what had been done to her. It's unlikely they're going to do it in a way that they intend you to be aware of it.
It's
If I could make a
Here,
suggestion.
swallow this.
sure.
Taglior, I don't... Again, your acting ability is unparalleled, but you were quite good at pretending to be sort of kicked into stress in the alleyway. And perhaps we could sort of achieve both of these aims at once. If our disguised Eladrins come in, sort of making a ruckus, perhaps pretending to be in distress, that would provide an ample distraction for perhaps Beleg's more direct method of entry. Sort of these things were happening at the same time, sort of chaos at the front desk, and then create chaos farther in, and it has the kind of the dual effect of not identifying either party is affiliated with each other, in case one of us gets caught.
Well, they do probably already know I'm after them, considering what I said to that lady that made her scram.
Sure. Perhaps Taglor and I could be a pair of hypochondriac Eladrin who are just so over the top about whatever symptom we've got going on. And I guess, Beleg, are you storming the castle?
I mean, it's walking in the front door, but I feel like from their perspective, those two things are the same thing.
All right.
Well, and then of course, if Beleg is distracting, then it leaves you two who are disguised to perhaps change your disguises once you've entered the premises and continue sneaking in surreptitiously, perhaps.
Certainly could be.
Which side of the equation do you want to be on, Fally?
Yeah.
Which one is Dog going with?
Dog's going with me.
Well, there we go.
All right.
Oh, this
Okay, do you want to be the one that beats me up, or do you want me to beat you up?
I don't think you need to actually get beat up for this one. I think you just need to disguise yourself to look like you've been, like, give yourself a black eye, you know?
I need you to drill
No,
me
it's
like
fine.
a
Okay, so
baseball
you're the
ball.
one that's beating me up.
I was going to think that
Needs that sense of realism.
I was going to sneeze on command or something and just, act like I had a cold.
Oh, can you do that? That's tricky.
Achoo! It's very simple.
My.
No, I've performed many a role of an ailing woman. I don't think that they're going to be too particular about our symptoms or really need too much convincing. From my understanding of these folks, they're really just trying to get people in the door at all costs. So the fact that we're willingly entering and have any sort of reason to be there is probably going to be good enough. Which is to say, you don't
Okay.
need to be like, you don't have to have a broken leg, Techlaw. You just need, like, to believe that you need to be there.
No, it's
Well,
necessary.
I am quite flexible. I can make myself look like I have a broken leg, and I'm going to
Quite honestly,
begin testing that.
Techlaw,
no.
I leave the extent of the disguise entirely in your hands in that regard. I think as long as we're both Eladrin and we both have a reason to be there, that is good enough.
I just turn my head 360
Okay,
degrees.
too far. I misspoke.
No, I'll follow your lead, Ingrid.
Eladrin with a minor cold. Just, I'll cast disguise self when we get closer.
Okay. So, to detail for myself and lock it in, the plan is...
Oh. We
Glad
will
we're all
provide,
clear.
So
Ingrid
we're-
and I will
that's for
provide
you.
a
That's-
We're all
I'm handing you the mic.
approaching the, remind me what it's called.
The
Weary
Weary
Spirit
Spirit
Infirmary.
The Weary Spirit Infirmary. Teglor and Ingrid are going to be disguised as Eladrin and to attempt to get in just as, like, potential patients. And I guess Beleg and Fally are also just walking in, but doing something different.
I think we're like nominally waiting until you lure them away from the front desk and then we're walking in. Ideally, the less we have to explain ourselves, the better.
Although, we could also swap it where Ingrid and Uptaglior are trying to more stealth their way in, because it has occurred to me that Beleg and Fally have no great stealth abilities.
No,
Yeah.
certainly not.
I guess, do you, maybe to, like, kind of focus this a little bit, because I'm getting a little bit lost in why we would split up anyway, if this is the case. Maybe Fally and Beleg do go in pretty hardcore to be the distraction, as opposed to Upteglor and Ingrid, and, like, we can still be disguised, but maybe we are just trying to pretend that we are already patients there, so that we have a bit more freedom of movement while they're distracted to then explore deeper and find, hopefully, a source, as opposed to, I don't think they're gonna have the cure at the front desk, you know.
And it's that thing where, like, if you tell someone you're coming for their evidence, like you said, they're gonna go hide it. So if you guys are in place to watch them hide it, we can just be honest and ask for it.
It does seem like a better play for the not stealthy characters to go be obvious and the stealthy characters to go be stealthy.
Who would have thought?
Yeah. I guess I'm just trying to make sure we get the order of
Upteglor's
operations down, because
not
it could
very
very
stealthy.
easily become Upteglor and Ingrid disguised, enter first, and, like, get taken away to a patient room where they can't see anything that's happening anyway, and then the distraction is kind of, like... I think the key has to be distraction
Yeah.
gets the attention of the staff and everything, so that Upteglor and Ingrid
Yep.
have an easier time sneaking away, if that
I
makes
think
sense.
that Fally and I can just show up honestly saying that we're investigating the trail of a mysterious illness that appears to be inflicting somebody who was a patient there recently. Do they have anything they can tell about that? And while we're doing that, you guys who can actually roll above a 10 on a stealth check can actually be sneaking deeper in.
Do we, in terms of actual order of operations, do we want to do it where Ingrid and Uptaglior go in and then we enter just after them, so you can establish yourself as patients, but not yet at the point where you've been taken away, and then just take that mode of distraction to slip away?
I guess,
And
do we
then
think it
I'll-
would be easier for you to slip away after you've already signed in, or slip inside and past security?
You know how long it takes for doctors to enter the little patient's room after they, like, escorted you in?
Good point. It's a good point.
And if we're
Okay,
already
guys.
in the infirmary by the time that Beleg and Fally come in, we can potentially be there to catch them hiding the evidence.
Sure.
Already.
Do we want to go in as Eladrin then? Because my understanding was the point of being Eladrin was that was a very appealing to whoever is doing the thing to our client. Do we think that would get too much attention on us if the point is that we're going to sneak away, or do we think we have to like just so that we're all the points are checked off? Because I don't want us to get trapped by being too enticing.
You could also disguise yourself as just like neutral, like not obviously people coming in from off the street, but like people who maybe are dressed like they should be there but aren't like, look at me, I'm delicious, that kind of thing.
I guess my thought is that we would be enticing in the right ways, and that like if they really still wanted Eladrin, then they would find I don't know, find a way to stick the disease in us, and so we'd be in the area where the disease would be stuck in us.
I mean, that makes sense. I assume
it's the perils of the captured on purpose plan.
One person Eladrin, one person not.
Yeah, may as well.
You want to save yourself a spell slot? I'll be the Eladrin.
Well, I don't want to be Ingrid, so she's a somewhat recognizable face. Ingrid Starling has a reputation to maintain. I'm not going into this. I'm not going to be professional.
Hello,
about
it's
it.
me, Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
Just here to investigate your love little ER.
Sutton fostered my Patty Lapone from the casino episode.
Oh yeah, not Dolly Parton, but Reba McEntire. Yeah, that's
or not Dolly Parton. Yeah. Okay, so Ingrid and Utaglor are going in. Utaglor and Ingrid are going in first, disguised. We're going to introduce ourselves as patients, and then like a minute or two after, Fally and Beleg are going to come in and cause a distraction.
Sure.
Okay, fantastic. So
we can be loud.
We can be loud.
You cross back across the hive ward. You approach the Weary Spirit Infirmary, which, for those of you who haven't been there, Fally.
Hey.
Actually, very close to Monster House.
Yay!
Is a tall, narrow
Suddenly
building.
plot relevant.
Several
Monster
floors
House.
tall. It has a crooked chimney that kind of bends out into the street and pipes up this like black smoke that just kind of comes in big, horrible puffs. Like the chimney's probably like clogged and it's like barely escaping through. And the whole area itself, the whole area smells because adjacent to the Wary Spirit Infirmary, in fact, connected to it via like a chute, is the Boneyard Pond, which is it's not very big pool. It's probably like 50 feet across or something like that. And it's unlike the ditch, which is just a natural feature of Sigil. It is a person, not man, but person created, created on purpose to house, to medical waste goes out through the chute into this big pool of water, right?
Why even make it a pool of water? I just feel like that makes everything
because you don't want it
worse.
to be a big pile.
Yeah.
So it's a big pool of water.
A big pile underwater is not better.
It's less
The water
visible.
You don't have to smell it as much.
I think you have to smell it different.
They smell different, yeah. Fantastic. So you arrive and you see the sign out. You see the door and the sign outside that reads "Welcome." So, Noir, Utaglor is an Eladrin off the street, and Ingrid, as you approach, you are disguising yourself.
Sunfast.
Okay. And so you look like what?
You remember back in the Fortune's Folly when we went in with Nyx, you described there being another performer on stage who was the sudden foster to my Patty Lapone. I'm her.
Yeah. Yeah, let's get her name really quick.
To keep the petty rivalry
She's like a
going.
canon NPC, right? Or something like that?
It's
She is a
Estrella.
canon NPC. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the Discord talking about that.
Estrella.
Estrella.
Well, no matter what it is, she's got a mild
Estrella,
cold,
yeah.
and she's here to get some throat coat.
So yeah, you see this half elf, with rosy little cheeks and a little red nose. She's feeling a little bit under the weather. You open the door and enter. Now, there is a map for the Weary Spirit Infirmary. I thought for fun I would use this. This is not a battle map, but I thought I would put it up on the screen just for fun.
You say that.
I recorded anyway.
It would not work as a battle map because it would not work as a battle map because it's not to scale. But I thought that it would be fun for getting the layout of the place. So I will reveal that to all of you, just so that you know what I'm talking about as I describe locations. This is the first floor, and so you enter, and yeah, you see that there is a waiting area, and there is a classic little window there, and on the other side of this glass is an air genasi who is sitting behind and just patiently sitting completely still like a statue. There's one other dude in here. There's a tiefling who seems to have like maybe it's a broken bone or a dislocated shoulder or something, just gingerly holding a left arm and kind of rocking over on the side. And you see that, yeah, there's this air genasi sitting in the front window. Hello, can I help you?
Yes, we are. Oh my gosh, just the worst cold has been ripping through our entire apartment, and I understand that you guys have some very efficient cures. So I don't know if we could get in to see a doctor anytime soon, or what's the wait looking like?
Oh, certainly. Yes. Please have a seat, and someone will be here to assist with your maladies momentarily.
Hey.
And you? And turns to the Eladrin.
Quite the same. The most nasty cold that I've ever witnessed. I don't know what I'm doing.
I sure hope something isn't going around. And then the smile crawls across his face.
Terrifying.
Well, if it is, I
Welcome to
hope that you'll be the
Obviously
one
Evil
to help stifle it.
Yes, we would be most happy to rid you of these horrible maladies. Please. Sit.
Thank you kindly.
Sit.
The part of this air genasi will be played by Peter Lorre in the adaptation.
You go ahead and have a seat. And yeah,
I think this is
5
around
minutes
when
go
we...
by.
While we're sitting
Yeah.
here watching, I would love to maybe make a perception or investigation check to just kind of get the flow of the room. Like, are there doctors and nurses coming and going? Is there any, like, halls that seem to lead? Like, is there any sort of map on the wall? I'm just trying to get the lay from where we are of, like, how things progress in here while we're waiting for our compatriots.
Yeah, fantastic. Go ahead and roll me a perception and noir if you'd also like to roll a perception,
Sure.
since you both do have some time here.
Yeah. That is...
Well, how much time? I thought we were supposed to come in at some point.
Well, you said a couple minutes, right? You
Yeah,
wanted
a
to
couple
wait.
minutes.
Yeah, a couple minutes is plenty time for two people to
Okay.
Yeah, that's a
look around,
23 from Ingrid.
Flip through
That's a 15
Yeah.
from the Eladrin.
It's a what?
Okay. Noir got a 15.
Ah.
Fantastic. On a 15, you're like, this place is spooky and quiet. On a 23, you notice, I'll say for 15, you kind of glance through and you see into the building, and you can see basically everything I've listed here. There seem to be some rooms with curtains over on the right. There is an office that you see like one or two people go out of, and they have like stacks of paper, right, that they're carrying around, and like someone's carrying it into the back. So you see that there are some people here, but it doesn't look like they're going very quickly with any kind of urgency for helping any of the patients here. Ingrid, with your 23, you spot, as Utaglor is looking at all that, you spot in the back a half-elf that was just spotted in a hallway, running up stairs. There's stairs I'll reveal it all the way in the back here. There are stairs in the way back left, and you watch her
Laboratory.
go and climb the stairs.
Stairs. There's stairs.
So are we in the waiting room right now, or are we in the 10 by 10 reception room?
I think we might be in the waiting room.
Yeah, it's each of these squares is, I believe, they're bigger than 5x5, which is why I said that it's not. They're 20 feet each of them.
Okay. So are we in
So
the
that's why it's
40 by
not a
40
battle
reception or the waiting room?
Yeah, you're in the waiting room,
Okay.
past the reception area. So Yeah, you can look out and in. There's like a door with glass on it.
Does it look like the
Gotcha.
half-elf
Wow,
that we
fancy.
saw at the Eladrin's apartment building?
Yeah. It's that same one that you saw outside. She's like running up the stairs.
Ingrid will sort of like nudge Ooptaglor, like kick the foot, like nod with their heads, trying to be really nonchalant about it, like, oh, I'm so sorry. Up the stairs. The half-elf is in the back over there.
What actually did you say? I couldn't
she's
hear
just
you.
indicating that the half, noting where the half-elf went in the stairs.
Ah.
All right, I'd say sufficient time passed. You were only going to wait like three-ish minutes before going in, correct, Beleg and Valley?
Yep.
Okay. You enter the same air genasi sitting there. Hello, how can I help you?
Afternoon, sir. Beleg Cilantro of Open and Shut Investigations. Here is our business card. We're investigating the trail of a mysterious ailment that appears to be afflicting somebody who came here a certain number of days ago, perhaps a week. I was hoping you could perhaps aid us in our investigation of what perhaps is going on.
Oh, we have many people with ailments come through. Perhaps you could be more specific.
Oh, it's right. I prepared a full dossier. Falley's gonna unfold like comically large scroll, just like rolling over the desk. Most of this is probably just notes from the talking to people at the bridge, but he's like put some like some very official titles on it. So it's like subsection 3, account of all other possible maladies. Lot of gobbledygook. But there is a section that like explains the Eladrin symptoms there.
Oh, dear. This does sound like something we would treat. I don't know off the top of my head. Would you excuse me? I'll check with our records.
Oh, certainly, sir. Take your time.
Okay. Thank you. Please feel free to wait in our waiting area.
She's the most like...
Mind not to slip in the blood.
Think I'll stand, sir. Thank you very much.
All for this, all the best, I think. Carries the paper and goes off. You watch as, Ingrid, on your 23 from before, you watch as this air genasi comes through reception, through the waiting room, and goes, but not into the office that you had spied, instead goes to the stairs in the back and up the stairs.
Gotcha.
Now it's the four of you and one distressed tiefling sitting in the corner.
I'm going to lay on hands the tiefling for 5 points. Just like tap him on the non-injured shoulder and be like, sir, if I were you, I would find an alternative method of treatment.
You watch as, oh thank gods, grabs you by the shoulders, shakes you, and then hugs you.
Oh, hey, anytime, sir.
Slams open the door and
I recommend
runs
the
out of
gatehouse
this
as
place.
per Althax. All right.
Oh.
So what's the plan now?
Runs out
While
of this fucking horror show.
Mark off my my 5 points of lay on hands.
Quite honestly, Ingrid was expecting a bigger to-do, so she's like, I guess this is our distraction, and it's going to start trying to sneak up those stairs in the back.
Yeah, Ooptaglor will follow.
Okay, you each are going to sneak up and belag. So I will say there are still people milling about, right? There's like a couple of people in the office, and there are some exam room stuff going on. There's not a big hurry, but it's not like there's only those 3 people in the Weary Spirit Infirmary.
Yeah.
Stealth completely possible, but Belag and Valley, you do see that there are still people around.
Valley's gonna start interviewing people for sure. Just like walking around, asking them about the if they've seen anything weird, if they have any complaints they want to register.
Amazing.
Ooptaglor, your hat of disguise can change at will. Could you be the receptionist that just left, so that if we do get caught, at least it's with someone who should be there?
What a great idea.
Oh god.
I'll turn into the air genasi.
Yeah, bad.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
You turn into the air genasi. Okay. Valley, you burst through the door. No one else to stop you. You burst through the door and start interviewing some of the people in the office who are. Go ahead, make me a maybe a performance check.
Performance. What I want to do is, I think Valley has gotten. Once Valley realized that there is no authority, but that pretending there is to some extent still kind of works. like he can still access
You've just defined faith.
Yeah. It's new for him.
This is amazing.
Reverse
I
engineering
wanted
belief.
to channel, like, Shrek walking into the fairy godmothers.
They don't
They
even
don't
have
even
dental.
have dental.
They don't.
And
There
complaining,
we go,
like,
there we
and
go.
doing, like, pretending to be from a union, but without doing that specifically, just being like, hey, do you have any
Incredible.
complaints you wish to register? I'm going around, that sort of thing.
Yeah, fantastic. You're going to be able to totally like stop this person and question them. The question is, with your performance, are you going to be distracting enough that they have advantage on their stealth? So go ahead and roll your performance as you start getting to them, talking about like union dues and things like that, asking about their employment and the how good their contract is.
I got a 13.
13. Okay, not performative enough to like really distract them, but not so bad that you're going to give anything away at all. So stealth checks, please, from Ingrid and from Uteglur. Belay, you're gonna sit tight.
I really don't want to split the party like we did last time, what with the fire and such.
Well,
What are
think
the
of it
chances
this way.
it's gonna be a second fire, though? Come on.
It's not the fire specifically that was the problem.
Think of it this way. If they attack, they're going to attack the Weary Spirit Infirmary, which is not our problem.
Yeah.
It's a good point. It's a little bit more like, do I want to try and just kind of bumble my way in deeper, following the path that these stealthy types are taking, but slower, and a little bit more like just investigating. Nobody locked this door, so it's okay. But yeah, what's the stealth?
Yeah, what are the stealths?
I got 19 total.
19.
I got a
okay.
20.
20. Both are plenty. You make your way past the office, there's like a tub in here for presumably like washing off patients or something like that. It's currently not being used. You walk past the office, past surgery, and which is currently unoccupied, and to the stairs. Making your way up, you make it to the second floor.
Ooh.
Go ahead and reveal here. Here you see, as you creep up, a whole bunch of beds. This is recovery, and here there are more people laying in beds. Their blankets, various different colors, soiled from blood, bile, or worse. People laying in here. Some of them groaning, some of them still and asleep, hopefully asleep. And most close to you, actually, is a room that you hear some muffled, not shouting, but raised voices from behind the closed door. And there's a sign on the door that reads, "Do not disturb."
I'd like to get closer to that door and try and listen in at the keyhole.
Yeah, fantastic. Go ahead and make a perception check. Utaglu, are you going to do the same?
Sure. I was thinking of just sliding under a
Stretching
little,
your ear.
stretching my ear under the door.
It's like
Okay, if you do that, there are people in this room. You'll be making another stealth check against a
I see.
different DC if you do enter this room. It's
I'll
40
put my
feet by
ear to the
40
door
feet. It's
then.
not huge. Okay, fantastic. You create an ear and then stick it to the door.
Yes.
Okay. Perception checks, what do we get?
25.
25. I was gonna say that
I took expertise in
coming
perception
handy.
last level up, baby, and it's finally paying dividends.
Yeah.
Compensating for
Which
low
for us was like an
wages.
hour ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
18 for
Jaguar.
Utaglu.
Nice.
Jaguar. Okay. So, you're going to get all the information. Ingrid on the 25 unlocks all of this for you. You hear conversation on the other side, and it starts something like this. The half-elf is talking to you hear a man's voice on the other side, very raspy, clearly the guy whose quarters this is, because he is talking down to her, and he says, "What sort of people are you talking about? Who would be visiting her? How did they even get in?" She says, "I don't know, that the door was locked when I went. I was waiting to make sure that she was far enough gone that we could move her without any suspicion, and then they came. They saw me." "What?" "But they didn't follow me. You idiot, you were leaving flyers for the wary spirit infirmary. Do you know the sort of people we deal with, who brought us in because they trusted us? This is not... Revealing their intentions too soon is not the sort of thing they take lightly. And then the Genasi, and what do you have to share? Investigators are here. Boom! Like you hear a slam on a table, and you hear a roar. You get out! And this guy is going to you hear the airy steps of the Air Genasi, the light steps of the Air Genasi are coming quickly towards the door.
Wait for the door, wait for the door.
What are you two
I'm
going
going
to
to turn myself into the person who is handing out flyers back during the maze session.
Ooh.
That's
weird
this
spirit.
person, the half elf.
Oh no.
Oh shit, that was
It's
the half
same,
elf?
yeah, it's why Beleg recognized her.
I have a plan. It's a bad plan.
Do it. Why not?
But
right?
it's a plan.
Are you gonna frame her as the imposter?
Do it.
No, I'll
Oh.
stay as the Air Genasi.
Gonna frame him as the imposter?
Oh man.
I mean, you could always just attempt a stealth. It'll be a higher DC because you don't have many places to go, but, you know, it's not a cramped little space. There are places to hide. Racks of, there's like those racks of surgical equipment around, and then also just like
disgusting beds.
chairs and, of course, the beds. There's beds right there. You could like try to hide on one of the recovery beds. So there are options here. That would be a straight stealth check if you want to attempt that. But if you have something else,
I'll try stealth. I'll turn myself back into the Eladrin though.
okay, back into the Eladrin and Ingrid.
I'll try stealth, and I'm going to go a very traditional stealth route so I can kind of benefit from my Cloak of Elvenkind and like try and duck behind a plant or something.
Yes. Here, yeah, you're not blending in with the crowd. These are both dexterity-based stealth checks.
Whew.
Okay. This is a small space, so I'm giving them advantage, which is a +5 to their passive perception. So we're DC 17 here.
Great. I got a 22.
So. Okay, and Noob Tagler?
14.
Okay, so the Air Genasi walks out and startled sees you like wandering around, like, you're not right by the door, you're still trying to hide. Yeah, like wandering by the recovery beds. It says, and I'm sorry, are you, do you look like a man, a woman?
The Eladrin man.
Man, okay. Sir, excuse me, I don't believe you're supposed to be up here. If I could escort you back to the waiting area, there is no doctor yet ready to see you.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I thought you were the one that told me to go upstairs.
Go ahead and make a deception check.
Hell yeah, oopsie.
There's an imposter among us.
Ingrid's like, just jumped up in the hallway and is like just fully straddling the two sides of
Are
the
you
building.
fucking river tamming it?
I'm picturing in the movie Hoodwinked, the grandma
No.
sneaks into the bunny cave at the end and is like
on,
on
dude.
the ceiling. Just watching this like, oop, Teglar, you got this, buddy.
18.
18. Okay. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot what we were doing. Hoodwink distracted me. I was like, what are we doing? 18 for? 18, yeah. 18. Oh, my mistake if I gave that impression. Please, let me escort you back down.
But
And
I saw the
someone will be
Air
ready
Genasi
to
go
see you soon.
downstairs.
And does the, like, puts a hand on your shoulder, like, whatever you say, Grandma, kind of meme.
All
Starts to
right.
lead you away. But Bode did not think that you were being...
Okay.
That you were like being clandestine.
That'll
or
have
anything.
to do.
Literally thinks that you misunderstood, and we're up here. So Ingrid is still hiding up here, and you hear a scratch of a quill, and then a press into the hands of. You see that. You hear scratch of a quill, folding paper, order of operations here, and then there is a whispered. Bring this to her. And the half-elf comes out. She's holding a folded piece of paper or parchment, goes down the stairs, and then you see emerging out of the quarters and then locking the door. To call him a human man belies the bizarre nature of this guy. He's a human. He's not any other kind of species. But he is 7 feet tall. He has long, straight, greasy black hair. He's wearing a torn up apron that is just covered in viscera that he's like tying around his back, like he just put it on. So he was not just operating. This is like the resting state of this apron. He like sweeps the greasy hair back and then like wipes it on his hands on the apron, which you have to wonder the state of the hair. If he's like, let me wipe, now my hands are dirty, let me wipe them off on this viscera. And he's got like this, even though he's 7 foot, he still has like a big like hunch to him. He looks like the Scarecrow from the continued adventures of Batman, not the first one where he's like in the little red shirt, but the like tall menacing one from the second Batman animated series. He looks like that, and he closes the door behind him, locks it, then he goes downstairs. Utaglor, you see this guy come down the stairs now, and he goes into the surgery room, which is on the first floor there. So, to give a quick update where everyone is, you all watch as the half-elf runs out of the building, out into the street. Tetch enters surgery. The Air Genasi escorts Utaglor back to the waiting room and then goes back to reception, which leaves Utaglor, Beleg in the waiting room, Fally still talking to people in the office, and Ingrid, you are alone, other than the unconscious people, on the second floor.
Okay. I have a question. So, Dog is not in the building with us. I thought that would be a little bit of a tall order. I have left Dog outside the building.
Yeah.
Dog has telepathy with me for 1 mile as the range. Can Dog follow the half-elf?
Dog can follow the half-elf. Sigil is bigger than a mile.
The question is,
you're gonna be...
if she's going further than a mile is the question.
Yes, correct. You don't... I guess my question is, are you going to start following? Because you're going to lose... If you wait to see if she's going further than a mile, it's going to be too late, right? So she's going somewhere close, all good. If she's going somewhere far, you need to start following within a couple minutes. Otherwise, Dog is going to get to the end of your range, and then you're going to have no more commands to give to Dog. That's just it's going to cut off, and you're going to lose the lead.
So I can't make Dog continue following her once he's outside range?
You can, but then
he won't come back.
Yeah, he'll also come back. It's more that
I won't be getting updates.
You
on
can
her
get
anymore.
away with this. You won't be getting updates. You won't be able to help him if he gets in over his head, right?
Right.
So.
Okay.
Well,
I think I would at least have him keep an eye on her if she's just going a couple blocks. But if it looks like she's just straight booking it, I'll give him the command to come back before he gets too far.
Okay. She is straight booking it, and okay, yeah, she is booking it. Dog begins to follow. Roll me a stealth check for Dog. Ingrid.
Okay.
I have the message cantrip, so as soon as the guy leaves the office, I would message Oobtaglor, because I know that Oobtaglor can sending also, and is also now closer to the rest of the party. I have an opening to get into the office. Buy me time and don't lose any leads. You can respond to this message.
Oobtaglor is still playing dumb. But I thought that I saw you go down, and sure, I suppose any sort of opening you should take it, and...
Oh, thank you, Oopsie baby.
Doc has received a 9 on his stealth check.
All right. Perception check from the half-elf. I rolled a natural 2, so...
Oh!
You are okay. Dog follows...
Dog's just snuffling.
Dog follows half-elf safely without... Yeah, using that keen nose is able to keep a distance so as to not to be seen. The cantrip goes through. Oobtaglor.
As I'm disguising my message in my ramblings of like, but I thought I saw you go down and then you came out of the office, but are you going to go in the office now? Or if you are, be safe, be safe.
The Air Genasi says, I assure you, Dr. Tetch has just entered surgery. He'll see you when he's ready.
Surgery? Do you think it's that serious?
You hear like a chainsaw start up in the background. We always like to be safe here at the Wary Spirit.
All right.
Lets you sit down in the waiting room. And I think that means that we're going to go to Ingrid, because Dog is currently following the half-elf without any other intervention. So, Ingrid, what kind of actions would you like to take in this moment?
Yeah, first drop down from the ceiling. Click.
Okay.
I'm gonna attempt to.
Sure.
I'm working under the assumption this is a mundane lock, so Ingrid's gonna just attempt to pick it.
Pick that lock.
It's not great again. It's a 14 again. Keep rolling 8s.
14.
I don't think it's gonna.
This lock is a little sturdy. It is mundane, but it's just a little better than a 14.
I juice this at all? This is a great question. Oh, wait a minute. Do I have something for this? Sorry, I'm remembering class features that I have never used. Make sure I don't miss any of them.
Yeah, you are now a...
I'm now a Whispers Bard, and...
I don't know what a Whispers
Whispers
Bard
is one of my favorite bardic subclasses. I think it gets a little slept on sometimes because it does a lot of rogue-ish things, but it is very, very cool. But one of them...
Yeah, I remember you can, like, make weapon damage.
Oh,
but it
you'll
disappears or
see
something
my
like
weapon
that.
damage.
I had a friend play one in a campaign, but he died really, really quickly, so I never really got to see what it did. Oh, the character died, not my friend.
No, that's eye for deceit. That's only for.
I was still going, It's like he didn't get a chance to play
Did
the
I
character.
break
I didn't
the-
even consider the darker option.
I don't have a way to juice this. So did I break the lock, or could I like just try and pick it again?
It's not broken. If you try again, it's going to be a disadvantage.
Gotcha.
And then there are no other attempts unless you change the conditions of the test.
I'm gonna just attempt it again straight, and if this fails, Ingrid is going to just try and break the lock with like the hilt of her dagger. Disadvantage.
This is at disadvantage.
Oh, so much better. I rolled a 17 and a 16 plus.
Oh
6,
wow! Okay, what's the total?
Plus
6. So
Plus 6?
22.
22. Okay, 22
Nice.
is enough. You get your lockpick in there, and something on your lockpick breaks off in the lock a little,
Damn
but
it.
you get it open.
I gotta get new thieves' tools.
You get the door open.
All right.
Yeah, it's probably gonna need
250
new
years
thieves'
old.
tools.
Step inside and like close the door behind me.
Yeah. This place is a fucking freak show of jars of jars of various things suspended in various fluids, shelves and shelves of that kind of nonsense. There is a desk and papers though, and you see the freshly used ink and parchment that he was just like writing with when he scribbled away that note.
Yeah, I would love to take a piece of parchment and then put it on top of what he just wrote and try and do a rubbing of the impressions of his, I assume, quill or whatever, and see what he just wrote.
I'll allow it.
Hell yeah.
I'll allow it. You know what's funny is there. I don't want to reveal too much. Well, maybe we'll reveal what's funny later. All right, you go ahead, and I do feel like there's maybe a check involved here.
Sure.
Let's call it an investigation, but a low DC, which kind of feels like a silly thing for me to ask.
I have a
of you,
plus 10 to
but-
investigation, so is it plus or minus 10?
Yeah, it kind of. Honestly, it's kind of silly for me to ask this at all. But we love to roll
Yeah,
dice
that's
here,
a-
so
that's a
what am I
21.
going to keep dice rolling? Come on.
It's a 21.
Sorry, what'd you say?
21 investigation. Can I
21. Oh yeah, 21's good.
Amazing.
Fantastic. So you take a little piece of charcoal that you keep in your pouch just for such an occasion, roll out, and carefully on the paper underneath. And it reads, it is addressed to... I love writing this shit. It is addressed to her attendant putrescent.
Oh no.
Damn it.
All proceeded as expected. The subject for the live vivisection was within our grasp. but prying eyes have hidden her from us. We will begin our hunt, but we may require a new source for our experimentations. Do not worry of the investigators. We will deal with them. and then it is signed Dr. Ridnir Tetch.
Doctor feels like a strong word.
Ridnir, and then Tetch spelled like Tetch.
Tetch.
Doctor does feel like a strong word.
I don't think that man's ever held a medical degree.
What's your
You
degree
see,
in, anyway?
I don't believe that man ever went to medical school. There's like a degrry on the wall.
Yes,
It
thank
says
you.
degree in chiropractic.
Anyway, that's how I lost my medical license.
I will pocket that information. My brain heard vivisection and immediately was like, oh, this is a dead thing. This is a mortuary related. But is that Sophia making associations that do not exist, or is this a different lady?
Vivisection is specifically when they're still alive.
Yes, I got that part. But I'm just assuming
Yeah.
for...
There are thematic ties, but there's no evidence.
Gotcha.
While you're in the office, would you like to do anything else?
Yes, I'd love to meet. You've been very well behaved, and I've given you a lot of grapes. Will you just real quick tell me if there's anything particularly magical in here? And I would love to just sort of, if I feel like I have time, ruffle through some drawers and just see what I can find in here.
Yes. So, sadly, there are no magic items in here. Sorry, Meech.
It's okay, you're a very good boy, and I'll give him more grapes.
He did so good. He did so good. Starts cleaning himself. And then you go ahead, make an investigation check for me.
This one's only a 14. So I rolled a 4.
On a 14, there are there's a lot of drawings of what the inside of people look like.
Ew, not great.
There's a lot of notes about maladies and dealing with things. You find a lot of notes. You get really caught up for a couple minutes reading through this whole stack of things that are all about bone straightening. You're like, what the fuck is bone straightening? This is apparently a thing Tetch thinks is kind of the solution to a lot of problems, which is you should pull your bones as straight as possible.
This guy needs to think about bones less.
And he's like,
Self-experimented, perhaps?
that will improve the health of the body if you just things as pull them as far as you can.
This guy's really got to think about bones less.
You put us in 2 separate Magnus Archives episodes today. In one episode.
Yeah.
Just a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Oh my god.
On my
Okay.
check, I guess there's a lot of specimen jars in here. Do any of them stand out to me as particularly fungal or at all familiar, reminiscent?
Oh, fantastic. Make a medicine check for me.
Medicine, my beloved, not so much. 8.
8. No, none of these. Or there's like, first off, there's no mushrooms. I would have just asked for like a perception check. None of these seem to like jump out at you as
I
like
wouldn't
suspended
eat
animation,
any of these.
fungal, like organs failing from fungal infection or something like this. Fantastic. That brings us. I'm going to at this point pivot. Dog. They're walking through the hive ward.
Mm-hmm.
Dog is approaching 1 mile. So, what would you like to do?
Okay. She's still hauling ass.
She's
straight
still hauling
through the
ass.
hive ward. I can't. I mean, this is my neighborhood. Is there some kind of check I can make to see if I can predict where she might be heading? If there's like a church to the Lady of Rot or something in that general area? I don't know.
You can make a history check about Sigil.
Oh, great. My favorite. Come here, you.
It's been so long since they got to whisper
The problem is
Zugidmoy into sense.
everything's in that direction because the city is a ring. So
Yeah, well, I rolled a 2, so that's probably about as much as I got.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, champ.
It's okay. I don't want Dog getting into this on his own, not just because he makes my action economy so much better in combat, and it takes like 10 minutes for me to resummon.
Yeah,
Okay.
approaching 1 mile. Are you going to try to keep up, or are you going to let him go without you and just like give him commands, or are you going to call him back, or something else? Those are the 3 options I see. That's how I see it going down. But
Yeah, I don't want a metagame. It just feels like we're probably almost done here, and following the route to the Lady of What's-Her-Face seems like the next angle.
Yeah, I guess Ingrid's message to Ubtaglor was under the assumptions that Ubtaglor would eventually make their way back to the waiting room and potentially be able to, like, direct Beleg and Fally a little bit. Like, I think my intention was to try and help say, like, we're good here. If you have a lead, follow it, you know?
Okay.
Oh, I see. I was like, if we have to fight this Tetch guy, I don't want to split the party.
You guys do what you're gonna do. Ingrid is doing what she's gonna do,
But-
and we have the two people who can communicate over distances are the ones who are probably gonna be here longer. So,
Can Dog
Do you want
play
me to
fetch?
fly you?
As in,
You want Dog to just get her?
I don't know. I don't know Dog's capabilities.
no, Dog is a very good boy, but he is somewhat limited in his capabilities. I think...
He can grapple and drag her through the streets.
Yeah, he
There's
could,
going to
but
be a
that would...
contested athletics check every 30 feet.
Yeah, the problem is that would A, defeat the purposes of stealthily following her, and B, defeat
That
the
would.
purposes of following her to her destination.
That's also true. That is also true.
All right, I'm gonna...
If I cast fly on you, you can make a 5-minute mile-ish if you're dashing.
I suppose I could just catch up, but the problem is nobody has communicated with Beleg that we're probably about to leave, and Beleg is not leaving you guys here undercover in the murder hospital. So until somebody tells him that we're good to go, he's not gonna go.
Ubtaglor doesn't really think that they're good to go because Ingrid's still up there.
Right. So
Yeah.
Beleg is not going to
I mean,
leave.
clearly there's stuff going down here, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Up to you guys. Do what you're gonna do.
Okay, I'm gonna give Dog standing orders to follow her until he knows where she's going, but if anyone attacks him, come back here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Standing orders given. She continues on her way. Ingrid, you're in the office still?
Yes.
Would anyone else like to take any course of action, or are we sort of in a holding pattern, waiting for Dog to accomplish something?
I was kind of assuming Ingrid was going to be getting out of the office.
Yeah, I
at
guess
some point
Ingrid has been
soon.
doing her investigations and things. If there's anything else anyone would like to be doing, Ingrid is going to leave when it feels like she's finished her investigations. I think what Austin's trying to say is there anything people have been doing in the interim while we're waiting? Because as soon as I get it.
Yeah, I think Fally would have been just walking around trying to talk to people, so trying to like
Yep.
cover things. And if it seems like he can pull the same trick that he did in the Eladrin's apartment of casting sense disease and poison and just like seeing if there are any blind spots, like essentially like, is there anything here? And because it's 30 feet,
Very nice.
if he can basically sense anything on the second floor as he's walking around, and maybe.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, I think Fally's gonna do that, and just if it seems to make sense, given his understanding of how this spell works, sort of try to reverse metal detector from underneath the floors. Yeah.
Fally, you are walking around, and yeah, you get a sense of that same can't be penetrated problem that you were having with Celinda. You get that same. First off, a bunch of people here are fucking sick. Let's get that out of the way. There's a bunch of sick people here. They all have normal stuff. You get that same ping though, and it is coming from upstairs, one room over from where Ingrid is, which Ingrid could tell you is the morgue.
Spooky, spooky.
So you are, by the way, you've like walked over. You're kind of by that like back right corner now, past the exam room, so that you can detect that, and you get from upstairs that ping of like, oh, there's another case of this thing up there in that room above us.
Okay. I think Fally is going to try to. Would Ubtaglor have come down at this point?
Yeah, Ubtaglor's just in the waiting room.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
Ubtaglor
think-
and Beleg are in the waiting room. Ingrid is still upstairs. You are underneath the morgue.
I think Fally would have not gone up the stairs, but come back and like relayed that to Ubtaglor, who actually has been upstairs and knows what's happening.
Well, before you can, you turn around, having gleaned this information, and you see standing behind you is the 7-foot-tall frame of Tetch, who bends down and gives a crooked smile. He's got all of his teeth, you think, but the positions they're in confuses and distracts. And
I thought you were going to say extra teeth.
It could be extra teeth. Like I said, confuses and distracts. He says, "Why, hello. Are you one of the people investigating that horrible, horrible case of that ill girl?" And that is where we're going to go to break.
Oh, great.
Rolling with difficulty.
Has your plug pin been looking a little lonely? Do you need a reminder to forego sleeves and cook yourself a snack? Then have we got the pin pack for you. Kiana and Finbar enamel pins are now available for pre-order over on our CrowdMade store. Designed by our very own Wally, these sturdy members of the Paraspora crew are ready to join a new crew, your pin collection. We've decided to extend the pre-order window by 1 week, so you have even more time to snag a Kiana and Finbar for yourself, so be sure to place your order before March 15th. And if you need even more to sweeten the deal, CrowdMade is offering 10% off your second item when you select 2 from the Kiana and Finbar collection. So what are you waiting for? Head over to crowdmade.com and pick up the Kiana and Finbar pin pack for yourself.
Twice Rolled Tales is a New York City-based TTRPG studio creating on-screen actual plays that pack a big punch. They feature a rotating cast of some of the best TTRPG performers in the city, and completely original genres and system mashups. If their prop work isn't enough to inspire your home games, then check out their published adventures. Their most recent titles include Tabletop Gone Mad and Burning Down the Goat. One-shot games, great for hours of madcap fun. You can find Twice Rolled Tales on YouTube, or direct from their website, twicerolledtales.com.
Rolling with difficulty.
When last we left our heroes, in investigating an ailment of one Celinda, you discover that not only was she not doing so good, she was also the victim of this malady that could not be cured by normal divine means, and that this was a fungal infection. You followed up on the lead of someone spying on her, which led you to the Weary Spirit Infirmary, where you sent out, started your investigation. And Beleg had Dog. And it's nice to have an NPC whose name is Dog. It's very easy to remember. You sent Dog off following this courier. Ingrid is currently in the office of one Dr. Ridnir Tetch.
Big air quotes for the folks at home.
Doctor in.
You had just read the rubbing of the missive, which had just been sent off, which was addressed to the attendant putrescent. Oopteglor is currently sitting in the waiting room, I believe. And Fally, after some investigations at the office space, had just been confronted by Dr. Ridnir Tetch himself. His looming form stretching out over you. Kind of like this weird misshapen tree. Here at the back of the Weary Spirit is where we pick up. And Tetch smiles down at you and says, "I'm so sorry to hear about this strange ailment. Obviously, we have many who come through here with each with their own unique, sorry problems. Tell me, what can we do to help you in your investigations? I could show you around."
Fally does the thing where he looks directly at Dr. Tetch's chest and then realizes how much taller Dr. Tetch is than Fally, and looks up and goes, "Yes, am I to take it that you are the proprietor and general person in charge of this establishment?"
The general practitioner.
Yes. You correctly ascertain the truth of it. Yes. I am the owner, proprietor, chief of servery, and head mortician here at the Weary Spirit Infirmary.
Well, excellent. I as you may have gathered, we're here investigating some terrible happenings. I personally suspect this is related to several cases of what I am tentatively labeling SAD, so super seasonal affective disorder. And I really, it seems like there's not really an effective screening mechanism here, so I am trying to establish one sort of ad hoc from the ground up, sort of interviewing the professionals here, and correlating that with the accounts I've taken from people in the streets. What have people in this place been saying to Fally? Like, have they been playing ball, complaining about the place, saying nothing?
So the employees that you've talked to are all, they're drinking the Kool-Aid. The people here are on board with what Tetch is up to. Yes, I'd be happy to give you my insights into the ailments of the citizens of Sigil. It's the case that many illnesses of the soul can in fact be treated with medication of the body, which is why we are always active in our surgery here. Could I show that to you? Or perhaps you'd like to adjourn to my office to speak at length.
So obviously Uptaglor is in the waiting room with Belag, and then I would know that Ingrid is upstairs. In the office.
Snooping
Ingrid
at
is
this
in the
very
office.
moment.
So Fally's like, okay, I need to be distracting here. Am I within earshot of Uptaglor, or can I just visually know that they're there?
You are not easily within earshot, but you are on the same floor. So
So if you pitch up the voice a little.
you can't see them, but you know they're not far.
Yes, I'm sure your surgery is quite interesting, but maybe a more general tour of the place. I find that, it's really in the small details that disease can spread. Perhaps, in the general treatment areas, or perhaps the morgue?
Do I pick up on that?
Make a perception check.
Yeah.
Fally, make a
I
deception
will
check.
remind you, I am an Eladrin.
Oh.
This seems important.
Oh yes, certainly a tour. As you see, we have our exam rooms here. And he goes and opens a curtain, and you see the exam rooms have a steel table, and then there's a bucket of supplies. There's various supplies, cleaning, and things that need to be
It's
cleaned
like in the
all
hairdressers
together.
where they've got the little cup where they just put the
liquid.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least that has
that's probably all
barbasol in
we
it.
really need.
That's really gross.
Yes, it's not barbasol, it's
Is
just
it ditch
water.
water, or is it like clean water? You know what? I already know the answer to the question. I
What
don't need
do
you to
you
tell me that.
Fally's gonna poke his head around and say, "Oh, interesting," and start meticulously cataloging everything that's in the room, like really slowly
Fally.
writing down everything that's in the bucket. I did roll a 13 on that.
Good to know.
15
What to do, Uptaglor
on
again?
perception.
Okay. Uptaglor, I will say that is enough to have heard.
Okay. I can't do anything from where I am because the fucking reception guy is gonna clock me. So what I will do instead is I will cast sending. And just very quietly to Ingrid, I will say, check the morgue. Fally seems to have a lead. Also be careful, she's with the doctor and he doesn't seem very
He's with the
sightly.
I wouldn't call him a doctor, but heard.
There's just the certificate for chiropractic, just like in his office.
I hate to alienate part of our audience, but please don't see chiropractors. The practice was
he thought he learned.
invented by
Especially
man who lived from
don't
a
get
ghost.
your neck adjusted.
Yeah, he
The
didn't
rest of
actually learn
it
from a
might be
ghost.
slightly harmless, but actually there's fairly decent evidence that getting your neck adjusted does lead to an increased risk of strokes.
Yeah.
So don't do that.
I don't believe that Spectre's ever been to medical school.
I think the greatest takeaway from this episode is, see a medical professional who is accredited appropriately.
Yeah.
In any case, Tetch begins to motion you around and shows you kind of where you've already been, and then begins to take you upstairs. We're going to cut over to Ingrid to give her a chance to do something. He's showing you around and says, So I'm not sure that I got your name.
Oh, my name is Fally.
Fally. A pleasure. Reaches out and you're like, oh god, I can't even look at these nails. It's very upsetting.
Oh,
He shakes,
man.
if you allow. He shakes. And then he goes to bring you upstairs. So, who was it who dispatched you? Here are you on your own errand here.
Well,
Self-directed.
Well, you see, the thing is, I'm not really quite sure that there is a governing agency for kind of social workers and the like, but I do take patient confidentiality very seriously, so I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information.
I understand. Perhaps a more personal question then. You seem awfully bound to the rules for someone here in the cage. I take it you're not from here originally, are you? You're new, aren't you?
I have no idea what would give you that impression.
You just seem a little starry-eyed. You give the Arcadia vibe, if I'm not being too forward. Very by the book. Impressive.
Arcadians
Real
are known for
Fally.
being by the book.
Take the chance to lie, or is he going to be incredible? Is he lawful? We'll find out.
I mean, Fally has not lied yet.
I feel like you can lie and still be
the
lawful
lie of
in
omission
a
not
general
disclose
sense.
the whole truth.
The live omission is creeping up, but I'm not going to ask for a deception check here now.
Well, the thing is, Fally is not an oath of devotion paladin who is explicitly forbidden by said oaths to lie.
is
Like,
true. We've
that's
been
not a
conditioned.
lawful thing. That's a class limitation on my part.
Yeah,
I should have
You don't need to be
clarified. I
paladins
was thinking
to feel
it's
bad
more.
about lying.
Ingrid has met
Oh, you can
one
feel bad
person
about
from
it.
Mount Celestia, and it's Beleg, the person who famously never lies.
Speaking of Ingrid, they're coming up the stairs, so I'm going to give Ingrid a chance. If you want to hide in Tetch's office, do you want to try to go somewhere else? What would you like to do here? You got like 45 seconds to take action. Or not make moves, it's up to you.
Oobtagler mentioned the morgue, so I'm thinking that she wants to get in there. But I remember how annoying it was to open the current door of the office that I'm inside, and I'm like, that one's probably also locked.
Probably also locked. Is a good guess. Odds, you have most of a minute, so odds are I'm not going to increase the DC to make it harder because of like any time limit, but it does mean that if you can't get it open right away, you're going to need to come up with a new plan quickly.
This is true. Yeah, let's risk it. Why not? Let's get in
Let's
that
risk
morgue.
it. You exit Tetch's office, creep over to the morgue. We're not going to roll any stealth checks here. There's basically no one here who cares. But I am going to need a thieves' tools check.
Heck yeah.
Or an athletics if you want to try to wrench the thing open. That's up to you.
Athletics is so much worse for me. All right. Thieves' tools is proficiency plus dex. Okay. That is 18.
18. 18 is sufficient. How'd you feel about the pause there?
Well, I could hear you gearing up for a sneeze, so it really did cut the
Very
tension
dramatic,
somewhat.
yeah. Very immersive.
I was like, oh my god, is he gonna sneeze, or is this one of those false alarms that we have to happen sometimes?
yeah.
As the mismatched in size shadows of Tetch and Fally, I'm almost mixing the names up and calling him Tretch instead of Rainier Tetch. As they creep up the stairs, you get your thieves' tools in, and the lock comes off. You creep into the morgue, close the door behind you.
Yes. They're like, I assume there's like tables and such in the morgue, or like slabs, essentially.
Yeah,
I could-
there's tables with bodies covered with sheets.
I would like to try and hide under one of them. Oh, you know what I would like to do? In Street Fighter movie, Chrono Guile pretends to be dead. Be like, can I be one of the? Can I try to hide myself like I'm a body under a sheet?
Get into what? You see the state of this place?
I don't want to be dead. Get
You
on
think
a
they treat
table,
the
throw a
dead any
sheet over
better?
myself, and just like that's hiding.
I'm gonna give you an inspiration for that bold move. That's awesome. You see a basket of sheets. Please, I'd like you to roll me 2 checks, please. 1, investigation to find a clean sheet, and 2, the stealth.
Okay.
I thought you were
First
going to say
up, investigation.
Constitution for just putting the sheet on.
Honestly, that'd be fair.
Just touching it.
We'll get there.
Getting it near your lungs is bad.
Don't get ahead of me.
That's a 29 investigation.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, you go to the basket and you start going through it, and they're all stained. And then you're like casting around, and you find that slid underneath one of the cabinets is like an unopened sheet wrapped in a parcel. Clearly they'd forgotten about. Just a crisp new sheet.
I don't want to do this, but that is going to be the most suspicious looking slab in the
That's
place.
actually kind of suspicious now that
It's
you look at
timely
it.
because I rolled a 29 investigation and a natural 1 on stealth. So
Oh,
dice know.
Oh my god.
the dice know. So it is the most conspicuous clean sheet of all time.
It's got like rhinestones on it. Like old Hollywood shit.
Just by getting closer to Ingrid, it becomes 10 times classier.
You found Norma Desmond's
Yes.
corpse sheet.
No, I remember. It's gonna be a Sunset Boulevard all over again, guys. Don't threaten me with a good time.
You go ahead, hide yourself underneath the sheet. Tetch and Fally come up the stairs, and you see this is recovery. There's a shit ton of beds here. There's a couple people. There's not that many people in the beds, but you see the door to the office, and then the door to what must be the morgue, because of where you felt the ping earlier, and it's morgue-like. Tetch says to you, "My office, the general tour here. We have many patients in different states of recovery. Some of them require more bone straightening. Others are on their way out soon, through one door or the other."
Oh, do you have a sort of a back door for patients who've recovered, like a pickup area then?
Oh, the ones who are recovered usually walk through the front. No, the back is for the ones who were not so fortunate. But every mistake holds a lesson. You should write that down.
Every mistake.
Got it embroidered
holds
on a big
a
sign
lesson.
in his office.
Yeah, it's like under a live, laugh, love
There's just a
bit
big
across.
splatter of blood across it.
It's not embroidered so much as sutured.
Yes.
It's just happy little accidents.
I hate the world we've created for this guy.
Yeah, so what would you say your sort of success to failure ratio is in your personal medical opinion? And would you say that is sort of above average or standard for the area?
I would say that we have a 100% success rate. Every patient who comes through here offers new insights into the way that the mortal body works. Every single one, a new test, find new treatments for different ailments, whether those treatments heal them or the other thing.
Yes, the other thing. And would you consider yourself bound by any oaths, of any kind to make sure your people or your patients come out of this alive, or really any other promises of that nature?
I have a duty to progress medicine here in Sigil through any means. That is my oath.
Oh, so there's sort of
I
a governing
think
body
A
that...
man of piety such as yourself would understand just such a commitment to a cause. So tell me, is this... The eye always confuses. It's not the one who knows. It's the watchful helm, yes?
Yes, there's a big symbol on my chest, so yes, that's an accurate deduction. But what about you? So you were saying,
That's it.
I'm obviously, I have my own...
A Mechanus? God, lawful god.
Yes,
Located in Mechanus, is that where you're from?
I'm really more interested in hearing about you. You mentioned, I have an oath. You mentioned you have an oath. Tell me more about that, and I'm really interested in learning about the governing bodies that may or may not have any existence here in Sigil.
Oh, now you out yourself as clueless. Clearly an off-planer. There are no governing bodies here, not any that influence the infirmary, beyond myself, that is. I am the judge, jury, and other things of this place.
I really love.
He's not allowed to say the K word.
The mortuary.
You do numbers on TikTok.
Clear away the dead. Others see to it that
going to
certain
unalive
planar
us.
laws are kept in balance, but for the most part, down here in the hive, no one cares what you get up to, which is why it's so important to us to do the work here.
So, question.
Answer.
Tetch seems very interested in where Fally is from. Is this, like, do I get the sense that he's just trying to figure out, like, what is my deal? Or is, like, where I am from specifically interesting to him?
Roll me an insight check. Ooh. I'm gonna roll for him. A little contested check going on.
Ooh, that's an 18.
Okay. Turns out that this fetid rash of a man does not have a great charisma score, believe it or not.
No.
Yeah.
That's a
Shocker.
4.
So charming.
Believe it or not.
That's a
You
deception
begin
check
to
only
suspect-
a mother could love.
You think that it follows the exact line of thinking that you, Linny, had, which is at first it seems like he's trying to get to know more about you, and then it becomes suspicious that he is trying to nail down exactly where you've come from. And you begin to think that maybe the fact that he hasn't gotten an answer that he likes, but he keeps circling that corner of the planescape that borders Mount Celestia there, the fact that he is rounding around there is supremely suspicious. And on an 18, I think that means that perhaps you begin to wonder if the case that you thought was connected only by chance some time ago, because these kinds of things do happen occasionally, might be connected by a little bit more than chance. Perhaps there's a stronger connection.
And do I get any sense of if he was lying when he says that he's like the judge, jury, and executioner for himself? Like, do I think that he is bound in any way to the other party, or just like merely working with them?
On an 18, I'm not sure that's
No, fair enough.
discernible. His statement was more of a reflection of, like, he is the boss here, and we're kind of in a weird cult space mentality with this small group of people. So, it is here where you're having this conversation, and you insight into him that he does not realize this is happening. He thinks he's playing you and stalling you even as you're stalling him, that he looks over your shoulder and sees a lock that was not properly refastened after the morgue was entered. Fally, there are some things I need to attend to. Would you like to wait in my office that we might continue this conversation?
Does Fally clock that something is happening with the morgue? Because I don't think he would have heard Taglor say that to Ingrid. But he sort of just shouted into the void.
Good point. You don't know that Ingrid is in there, or that he's even noticing this lock. I'm going to ask you to roll we'll do another contested deception versus insight check. I'm going to ask you to make this one disadvantage, though, because there's a couple leaps that need to be made to reach your destination. That being said, he's still not a great liar, so we'll see. We'll roll the gothic dice here.
Well,
Oh,
I
bro.
hope he's a real bad liar. Because I got a 7, which is not as bad as it could have been.
Well, he's not charismatic. We know that.
It's good luck. 7 layers of Mount Celestia, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe someone's looking out for you.
7 layers
You've
of
rolled
Celestia.
very high, so 15. That's pretty good for him. Now, whether or not, let me be clear, to Linny, the player, whether you feel suspicious or not, that's up to you and how you think Valley feels. The exact nature of what's going on, you don't know for sure. You don't know that he sees
gotcha.
something and that he's closing in on Ingrid, but Valley is perfectly capable of being like, I know this guy is a villain, and that this whole situation is bad, so you could be suspicious.
Fally is
but the exact nature, you're not sure.
Yeah, Fally is team be distracting until someone tells Fally to stop doing that. So I think he's gonna not try to touch Tetch for sure, absolutely not, but sort of like walk or try to step in front of him and just say, it occurred to me that you're sort of very interested in where I am from, which is kind of interesting in that, well, I kind of was under the assumption that whenever anyone showed up in Sigil, it was sort of just that they were in Sigil and there was didn't have to have a connection to where they were from, and, tell me more about that.
So many would like to believe it, but the fingerprints of your heritage are hard to wipe away. They leave an imprint on you. The way that you behave. People who come to Sigil think that it's a blank slate, but it is not. It is hard to hide the true nature of a thing.
Tell me, where
Now,
do
if
you think
excuse
I'm
me,
from?
He's going to push past you at this point. Mm-hmm. If you want to distract him, it's going to take more than just dialogue. You're going to need to come up with a plan or an action or something. In other words, you need to escalate from just
no. I think I'm just gonna tap into my government municipal worker moment and say, no, I really do have to insist. It's important that I have a full picture, and that includes the perception of others upon me as a participant in the public health service sector. And so actually, really, I have a form here that has a satisfaction survey about my service here. If you just wouldn't mind filling this out really quickly. I'm just gonna try to shove paperwork in his hand.
He has to insist. What's he gonna do now?
Time to get your manager, Tetch.
Yeah, it's sort of stand in his way, I think is what I'm mechanically trying to do. If that helps.
Understood. Sorry, I'm just looking up these spells that he knows. What? He casts Cure Wounds on you.
But his
He can
Cure
do
Wounds takes the
actual
form
healing?
of bone straightening.
What is he doing?
His Cure Wounds do deal 2d8 necrotic damage.
He's gonna put me on the straight and narrow, guys.
No, bad.
He stalks toward the morgue. And as you are, trying to get into his way, the sentence you're saying there is cut off as he... you're not counterspell or anything. He casts silence on this area.
Cruel.
Of the morgue, this area next to the morgue. And all sounds deadens, and then he is going to attempt to grapple you, Fally. So please make me a athletics or acrobatics check. Your choice. He's going to make athletics.
Okay.
This is going to make for some very interesting podcast content.
Yes.
So I'm going to say...
Oh.
I personally hear the peanuts trombone noise.
And he says...
Everyone's making their best silence jokes.
Everyone, it doesn't actually sound us. We just start sounding like the adults in Charlie Brown.
Does Ingrid hear
I
a
just made the
sudden
joke.
lack of other sounds as a...
It's like, it's less screamy out there than it was a minute ago.
So it's like when you walk into a sound-treated space and everything gets literally muted, you know?
Yeah, it's weird.
Anechoic chambers.
Noise-canceling headphones go on. I rolled a 10.
All right. He rolled a 19. No. He grabs you, and then it throws open the door. There's no sound. Ingrid, you have no idea the door is open because there's no sound. He slams it behind him. And then...
And I'm grappled, so I can't cast a cantrip, right? Correct?
You can. We're on his turn. Okay. The way I'm treating this is basically this is kind of like a surprise round. Before anything severe happens, you are going to get a chance to act. The scene has not gotten away from you. Don't worry, just trying to sit up. And he comes over, notices the white sheet, stalks over. Ingrid, you see the shadow of Tetch loom over and realize that you can't hear anything. There's this total bubble of silence going on, and we are going to enter initiative. And because I don't think it's reasonable that Ooptaglor or Beleg would know what's going on right now, I'm gonna ask just Sophia and Lenny to please roll for me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh boy, here we go.
Okay.
We just talked about not splitting the party, you guys.
You know, these magazines are real unhygienic, if I'm being completely honest.
It's like a 200-year-old copy of like Better Home and Better
I
Layers and Labyrinths.
Oh, that's really fucking good.
Thank you.
I like took it off the shelf and it immediately disintegrated in my hands.
Ooptaglor is playing with like the like those kids, like the intersecting wire toy.
Yeah,
with
like
the,
at a
with the
dentist
beads.
office.
Yeah.
Ooptaglor, that's too many elbows. You don't have that many elbows.
Oh.
Initiative from... What did Fally get?
17.
Okay. And Ingrid?
16.
Okay.
And I think point of order, Ingrid is unless it has been over an hour, I think Ingrid is still disguised as my bitter stage rival.
Yes. Pulls back. I'm such a fan. You both
have your autograph.
beat him at his 15, shockingly. So, there's a moment to act here. Yeah, Fally is up first. Fally, you're currently grappled. That means you can cast... Your movement is 0.
Right.
But you can cast
But you're not
spells,
restrained.
except you're in silence, which means that any spell has a verbal component, which is almost all of them, cannot be cast here. Now, it is concentration. It's possible to break his concentration by dealing damage.
Okay.
You don't have disadvantage to attack or anything. Grapple doesn't restrain you, but you are stuck here. You could use your action to try to break the grapple if you'd like.
Okay. Because I would really like to alert the people below us that we are in trouble.
Yeah, silence kind of makes it a bitch,
Yeah,
huh?
truly it does.
I want. Well, no, I don't want to get all weird and physicsy about it. But like if you stomped on the floor,
Right.
would the resonance go out of the silence area, or
I guess then we
The
have to
source of the
determine how the
sound
silence is
would
being
be-
cast.
Nullify. This would be no waves of travel, right?
so it stills all vibrations within the space of
Yeah,
the. Well, that's
You're
got
on
other
the other side of
problems.
the building. You'd have to stop extremely hard to shake.
Does it actually work
Shake
like
the whole
noise canceling
house. Boy, I'm
headphones
sure
in
you
which
can
it just
pull it off.
creates sound forms that are directly destructive and it just like within that
okay,
radius.
it's like direct interference.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
okay,
moving
cool.
on. I'm gonna ask everyone to
then
shut
I-
up there.
What if you had like the tin can and a wire like phone, but one of them the message was coming out of a bubble of silence? Like does the vibration simply never make it?
Yeah.
to the
Yeah,
mic?
There's
so if I use,
experimentation
like,
we can do here.
Thaumaturgy
I'm just gonna make some notes here quick.
to
Kill
like create
Beleg
vibrations.
and
fucking luck, boss.
maybe red? Question mark.
Take your best shot, DM.
So like if I used, I mean I can't because it's verbal, but if I used like hypothetically, no, never mind because it's not verbal. Okay, cool. Then I don't think I can do anything spell wise unless I've missed something. Very possible, but then I'm just gonna try to use an action to break free.
Okay, so it's another contested check. So athletics or acrobatics against his athletics. He will roll. He rolled a natural 20.
Oops.
Oh my god.
I don't think we're wriggling out of this combat encounter,
His
fellas.
fingers are so long they almost go around your arm twice.
No.
Bad, wrong,
Which is you're a
extremely
dwarf.
bad
You got
and
some
wrong.
forearms, so this is intense. Anyway, that's your action.
Yep.
Any bonus actions? Your speed's still 0.
Not unless I can cast spells. No, I think that's all I can do unless I'm missing something.
Not
Yeah. Verbal.
well. Do all of your spells have verbal and
As far
somatic
as I'm
components?
seeing, they're all verbal. Yeah.
Not.
I think
probably all of
spells
them.
are-
Yeah.
My entire spell list is verbal.
Very
at the
few are
least, if not-
somatic
Yeah.
only,
Yeah.
which is what subtle spells also have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, if only we had a sorcerer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like even all of my boosts are all
You want to do friends? You can do friends. That's somatic and material.
You know, now that I'm looking at
Right?
my spell list, it's almost all verbal,
Right?
except for the ones that are just verbal, which is
D&D
also
loves
bad.
verbal spells. That's why the sorcerer subtle spell is as good as it is because it comes up so much more than you think it's going to. Just
You want to
with
do
the flavor.
catnap? Catnap is somatic and
yeah.
material.
All right.
I
Buff
was
them.
kind of expecting more of these to
Yeah.
be
I'm gonna
just
pass
somatic.
and move it on before we get stuck in this.
Yeah.
And bring it to Sophia and Ingrid.
So far nothing has like technically happened except I know that shit is going a little bit sideways. I think
Well, can you see the shadows moving? in the room?
I'm saying you're aware, alert to the danger, although you can't hear.
yeah, unclear if Fally has an escape plan or if I have been found out. I think if it's possible, if I could use a performance check to play dead, like to be as convincingly a dead body as possible. I'm not hidden, but I, you know?
Let's see if you can trick Tetch into thinking you're dead. Roll me a performance at disadvantage.
Absolutely.
I don't want to say no. I'm trying to adjudicate what would it mean if he did discover you because you weren't stabbed, but also thought you were a dead body.
I mean, they're so...
I'm gonna roll this against his medicine, not against.
So is he a
insight.
doctor or isn't he?
There's so many dead
He
bodies.
still knows what a
in
dead body
this.
looks like.
You
There's-
can just check by stabbing it, you guys.
I'm
If
gonna.
you have the blood spurts,
It's not a terrible roll, but I am going to use my DM's inspiration also, which I think is a D8 at this level, right?
that's crazy. That's crazy.
Why not?
I don't mean to tell you how you play, but that's crazy.
Yeah, why not? D&D is for taking fun little swings.
Mr. DeMille, I'm ready for my
Mr.
close-up.
DeMille. That's a 21 total with the DM's inspiration.
21 total with a DM inspiration. His medicine check was it's 17. There we go. Medicine's wisdom 17. So
Okay.
You don't understand. After all,
That's your action?
Ingrid Starling got her
assume
start
you have
in
no bonus
silent
actions
make 'em
here.
ups.
With one look, I can. I go into like a little bit of like one of my elven trances, you know. I'm just like, and this is the state of like barely breathing.
your
undeath.
disguise is not an elf. So going into your trance a little bit, I'll allow. Yeah, you wouldn't expect that on a normal like human or whatever. So it's deceiving to if he was like, I'm going to investigate. There's no way to hold up to that, but at just a quick glance, which if your turn ends, you're not going to take any bonus actions here.
No, I don't think I can take it. Actually, well, I could bonus action hide, but I'm already stopped.
Yeah, you can't go anywhere, so
Yeah.
there's nowhere you can't change the circumstances. So I'm going to say that you can't hide.
Yeah.
Can't run either. He at his
Let
burn,
me
he
double
pulls
check
back the
one
sheet.
bonus action actually. Can I see him?
You're currently under the sheet, so you know he's there. You can see shadows. You can't see his demeanor.
I guess for
You're trying to.
have
You're trying to
insightful fighting. DM's rule
I'm
on
gonna
this one. I just
say,
wanted to check if I could
yeah.
do it at all.
I'm gonna say no.
enough.
Since you do a performance check to appear dead, I'm not gonna say you could discern enough about his fighting style from underneath the sheet in order to insight him.
This is valid. This is valid
All
and
right.
fair.
He pulls back the
But it's
sheet.
a really convincing performance of death.
He sees what is apparently a cadaver and says something, but there's no words. You can't hear any of what it is. He's going to grab you. Ingrid, do you have any... Are you going to resist, or are you going to continue to pretend to be a cadaver? You can try to resist if you want, but
I think I gotta
But he'll obviously not know.
continue to be cadaver-like. I think I kind of have to commit to it until there's imminent danger. Like, until I think that there is imminent danger of physical harm to myself or Fally, I think Ingrid's gotta just continue to play dead.
I mean, depending on how long you've theoretically been dead, you could justify being extremely difficult to move right now.
I mean,
yeah,
I'm not making it easy for
he's
him. I'm
grappling.
flopping.
You'd have to push his hand away, right? Anyway,
Yeah.
so he grabs your shoulder, grabs the clothing up on your shoulder there, and begins to drag you and Fally to there's an open chute that leads outside.
No.
He's going to make
Trash.
he's going to make a shove basically
Oh fuck! This was his plan all
against
along.
you, Fally.
I'm the trash man.
He's gonna push Fally first. Fally, one more contested athletics check or acrobatics.
Okay. That's a 10.
I rolled not much better at only 12, but it is better. So that does beat it. He smiles that horrible toothy smile, and he shoves you down. Immediately, blackness as this thing is completely dark. You can't see anything, but you can feel the harsh metal that bumps up against you, and the slick whatever it is that coats the entire inside of this tube before you, at high speed, plummet, come out, splash, hit a body of water. You feel there's something kind of filmy on the surface. Ugh. That comes and wraps around you, almost as if you fell into like a tarp that was sitting on top of pool water. You can kind of feel the things start to wrap around you. Ingrid, my question to you is, if you would like to take any actions, we're going to remain in combat. And thus, Fally will be by himself for a round. If you don't want to fight back, to resist, to take any options, because Tetch is out of attacks with which to grapple or shove. You grappled, then shoved. If you want to fight back now, then I will stay in initiative, and you can do whatever you want on your turn. You could go after Fally, but Fally is going to be down there by himself. If you want to just drop combat and join Fally, he's going to throw you down the tube as well. And then you'll be with Fally, and we will pick up with the both of you down there in the water. So what is Ingrid going to do? Long explanation.
I think thinking that she's probably got.
Let's just drop combat.
You ain't slick.
I think.
Oh, I'm sure he just threw you into the happy fun pool of no bad things happening.
I think. Thinking that she's probably got as much information as she can glean from like this situation from the office. Like I think she's like Ingrid's like I think I've got all the clues I'm possibly gonna get. I don't know if there's anything in the morgue that could help me at this point. I think she's gonna continue to keep up the ruse and play dead and follow Fally. And if you look very closely at the supposed corpse of who is distinctly not Ingrid Starling before going down the chute, you would see the nose go like bracing itself, holding breath. In
that case, we're going to drop out of combat. You go down the chute. You feel that same sensation, except you're going head first.
Gross.
You hit water mere feet from Fally. And then we are going to cut. We're going to rewind. We're going to rewind back. We're going to come to the Beleg and Uptaglor in the waiting room. When, Beleg, you get your telepathic. We double check this at some point. Your dog can speak telepathically to you at a distance of 1 mile.
Yes.
So,
yes, he can.
You hear dog in your head, and have we heard dog speak before?
You gotta do a dog voice.
Do I have to do a dog voice?
We haven't really had the opportunity.
There's only one dog
Dog
voice,
and I
right?
are mostly on the same page.
Which is, you hear.
You're so right.
You hear. What does he call you? That feels wrong. Beleg feels wrong.
Master.
Buddy.
Master,
You just gotta lean into it.
Buddy.
Oh.
Person?
Yeah, I guess the question is like, what does
Person,
dog
maybe?
think our relationship is?
What if dog has named Beleg man or halfling?
Boss. I like boss.
Man, boss, chief, bud,
Boss.
champ,
Boss.
big
Boss.
guy.
I am back. I am coming back to you.
Ooh. Well, what'd you find out, buddy?
We went a long way. We went over a bridge.
Oh, that is a long way.
We went to a tall building. Very tall. Very round. Deep pit.
Tall building, round pit. Okay, I'm sure Ingrid can tell us where that is on the map. All right, well, you did great, buddy. Come back as fast
I
as you
am
can.
coming. I am coming so fast you would not believe.
Oh, I believe, buddy. I know it very fast.
You just hear. You're just gonna hear that in your head for the next 10 minutes.
Yep, yeah, I can handle that. He just makes life more joyous, you know?
Go ahead and make me a history check for Sigil here, for trying to approximate
History, yeah.
what's going on.
All right, tasty +0. Let's see what I can get. Come on, buddy.
Very tall building.
I forgot you don't have good intelligence.
I have very few good stats, and I had to do charisma because I'm a paladin. Anyway, I rolled a 14.
14? you think about where it was described that dog went, and going over the bridge, you left the high ward into the lower ward. You think about the description of the building there, and there's not a lot that fits that necessarily. You don't know what exactly the building was like, but the description that he gives, and he gives some more like vital detail to you, doesn't really fit the lower ward. But you do know that crossing the ladies' ward is the temple district, a straight shot in the direction he was going.
Right.
And he is now on his way back.
Yeah. So the information that I have, because a lot of things haven't been communicated.
A lot of things
party,
have not been
is fine.
communicated. Yeah.
Yeah, there's information that's partitioned just to the guys that are currently taking a swim. But so it's like, okay, so it's fungus. It's some kind of thing that these guys that they sent out a runner with a letter, and she straight booked it right to the temple district to a building that had a big pit in the front.
And I think that makes sense. That makes sense to you. The temple district, you also know that it's the disease is unhallowed. So
this has to be something to do with divinity or the opposite.
Go ahead and make a religion check.
Sure. Second plus 0.
Fair enough.
15. Thanks, Di. Doing pretty good, actually.
15. So this is tough because, like, I should have considered this before, because the question becomes knowledge of big bads in DD that in real life is very common because we fight those big bads all the time. But how much does Beleg know about each of these individual horrible? I mean, there's all kinds of horrible things that Beleg has learned about during his tenure. So out of 15, I'm going to hold it there for now until there's potentially new information.
Sounds good.
I think you are.
I think it's
but you're in the waiting room with Uptaglor. If there's anything you'd like to do, I'm gonna give it another little bit before we catch up to the present with Ingrid and Fally.
Right. So as far as I know, Ingrid is still upstairs, and we're still on mission of continue to be the thing that they're focusing on as a distraction. So everyone who's not, hello, I am here to investigate your crimes, can actually get on with the sneaking around. So I think in absence of new information, I'm going to currently hold position and wait for Dog to return. But
I am trying.
It's okay, buddy. Take your time. I'd be going way slower, you know it. Okay, let's see. I don't really have a subtle way to communicate this with Uptaglor. Actually, that's not true. I'm gonna sit next to Uptaglor and be like, you know, buddy, I've got this dog, and he's a great guy. Goes on all these fun adventures, and you know, being a celestial dog, of course, he can tell me these things, and it's so charming. You know, there's not that many squirrels in town, but he always finds something fun to chase. And apparently, he took an interesting trip today, all the way out to the Temple District. Always tells me the craziest stories he does.
Oh, well, that's very, nice. What are you asking me?
Oh, I'm not asking anything. I just think it'll be, it's good to, you know, to keep up with what's going on around here, you know? Keep an eye on important details that might be worth looking into later.
Oh, I see. Well, I'd love to learn more about your dog if there are any more news that pops up because of it.
I'm racking my brains. He keeps saying there was a big pit out front, and you know, dogs and pits, so they could have dug it. But I'm assuming that probably it was there when he got there. But I don't know as much about these things as I thought I did. So you know, I'm just racking my brain. Like, what kind of temple would there be with a big pit out front? I tell you, every time I think I got a handle on this city, it throws something new at me.
Temple, pit. Can I connect the dots here? Am I able to?
Go ahead and roll me an insight or a religion check.
Insight is better.
Can I
7.
help with that? Because I have proficiency in that, and I am actively explaining it to you at this very moment.
Sure.
So roll that with advantage.
13.
It's better. Still better.
13? Yeah. I think that you've definitively put together that there is some sort of this is not naturally occurring. Someone is pulling strings to create. Someone in the Temple District has created this on how this resistant to celestial divine magical intervention disease that is specifically fungal, and they are here working with Tetch, but I don't think you know why necessarily they're paired with Tetch, other than you understand Tetch's expertise. But there is clearly partnership going on here, and that is the source. And from the letter that Ingrid read, they're on their way here. Right now, Tetch sent for them.
Does Upteglor know that Dog was chasing after the messenger? I forget.
I've basically attempted to communicate that as
Yeah, I
subtly
believe
as
you
I
saw the
can.
messenger go out, and then, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You understand the leg
Yeah.
going off.
I'm
Yeah.
doing my best.
You're alone in this room.
Oh, we are?
There's a reception area at the front, so you can't leave unnoticed, but you're alone in the waiting room currently.
Oh, okay. Well, still.
Your dog must attract a lot of attention for how much personality it has. If it's coming back here, chances are that it may have attracted some other people who may be perhaps related to the... Can we drop this, Blake?
Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't want to be the first person to break character, you understand?
I think we just have to keep our voices low, and the guy and the Genasi won't notice.
Oh, well, all right. That's much easier. Whew. Okay, yeah, so Dog's coming back. He followed the messenger lady out past our range, but he's coming back. I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe we could investigate wherever he ended up.
If a message was being delivered, then the message was delivered to that temple with the pit.
Yeah.
And depending on how urgent it might be, they might be on their way back here.
Oh. All right. Do we know anything about who that message was aimed for? Did Ingrid get anything to you before the letter went out?
No, I left before Ingrid was able... Well, I left as Ingrid was getting into the office. I'll spend another 3rd level spell slot to do sending again. Hey Ingrid, we have news. Where are you?
Oh, this is where the timelines recollide.
I was thinking of like Ingrid has message. At any point she was gonna cast a message, but I was like, I can't do it until I hear that splash.
Also, I think message is like 25-foot range line of
It's
sight.
not 25. It's
200.
not line of sight. It can go through things. You just have to know what direction
It's 200.
they're in.
It's 200.
Yeah.
Message is
okay.
120
My
feet,
mistake.
I believe.
Okay.
Oh.
One of them is like you have to be pointing at them and
Message
whispering
is
out
120 feet, and you do
It's
have to
still
point
message,
at
yeah.
them. But I know roughly where you guys are, so if I point in that direction, it's fine.
loud. Okay. Yeah.
120 feet. I don't know why I thought it was 200. Yeah.
Flat splash. You get that message from Uptaglor.
We're outside. Please come join us soon.
Oh, well, I have to go. I say loudly so that the receptionist can hear. It's been too long and I have to meet up with some friends in the back.
Oh. Oh. You know, we
Around
should
the
probably make
corner.
sure. Yeah. I
Yeah.
think there's a cafe there I know about. You know, yeah, I've been sitting here for too long. We should really stretch our legs a little bit. All right.
Don't follow me. Just
Yeah, we're
stagger departures. And I'm just gonna, and I'll leave.
Just fast walk.
Yeah.
All right. You both go
is
leave.
awful.
The receptionist sees you going. Please, don't go. The receptionist is not really in any position to physically restrain you, but makes an effort to stop you as you're leaving.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn around.
We'll be
and
with
face
you
them
in
just
just a
be like,
moment.
oh, not to worry, sir. I'll be back for you later, and then we'll just go.
Yeah.
All right, so fantastic. So we cut to both of you. You find yourself floating in the water with the vaguest notion that there is a body next to you. You can kind of see the shadow if you choose to open your eyes.
I would not advise that. As
you both
your medical
break
professional.
through the surface. I mean, and literally break through because of the film that's settling on the top.
Gross,
Dude.
Austin. Come on, man.
The worst drowned rat you've ever seen on any other living person you see on each other. And you see from underneath the water a shadow lift up and begin to swim. I'd like for both of you, please roll me. Actually, please everyone roll me initiative. But Ingrid and Fally are going to go now. But Beleg and Fally will be delayed.
We're losing a round.
Check
at least.
Beleg and
Okay.
My plan is to
I-
run Fally. I don't know about
this
you, but I would
is
like to not.
The worst
be
thing that's
right
ever happened to
now.
Fally, I think. I don't think Fally's ever been, like, covered in filth.
Sally's gonna have
and
to learn.
he'd like never to have that happen again to him. Yeah, he's gonna run.
Yeah. Can you believe there's a whole demi-plane of slime out there?
So world out
No.
slime out
No,
there
thank
just
you.
waiting for you.
What's playing at the Roxy?
Here we
A
go.
wonderful smell you've discovered.
Fungal abominations. Can I make an initiative check?
And it's bad. Yeah. Dexterity +0. Okay.
So, I hear plans to run. Before we get too involved, Ingrid, Fally, did both of you roll above a 7?
Yes.
I did, yes.
Okay. So that's going to mean that you are both going to have a chance to get out of here because the fungal abomination rolled a 7. As you are treading water, you see a mass rise up from the bottom of the pool here. You watch as what looks to be like 7, maybe 8. You'd have to really get in there to count because the details are really warped at this point. But 7 to 8 bodies congealed together. You see mycelium webbing stretched across, holding them together. You see shell fungi
Great.
protruding
Gross.
through, polyps
Great.
popping out of different orifices.
Oh yeah,
Polyp,
perfect.
just like to
Yeah,
say.
yeah.
Polyp,
Who
polyp,
cares?
polyp.
Whipping tendrils of mycelium are flinging out, and the water bubbles. And right as this thing rises, emerges, and begins to move towards both of you. So, Ingrid or Fally, what'd you both roll?
12.
I rolled a 23.
23 and 12. All right. By the book, Ingrid, what would you like to do?
We're running, right? We don't need to fight giant fungus monster.
Fally is nodding furiously, not opening his mouth.
Great. Booking it. A bonus action dash. I don't want to get so far away that I can't see Fally. But I'm gonna be ahead of him. I'm faster than him, so it'll be trying to just dash.
all right, fair
Yeah.
enough.
You don't need to outrun the fungus monster. You just need
The
to
layout of
outrun
this encounter,
the slowest
with the
member of
layout
party.
as it is, it's actually, let me double check its reach. Make sure you're outside of it. I didn't know you were going to come in.
It actually has a 50 billion foot reach, so
Yeah,
you're
it's
fucked.
got like really stretchy tentacles or whatever.
The
It's
mycelium
just,
spreads
you know.
throughout all of Sigil, actually. Underground.
Everything I've
Yeah.
learned about
Do you know how
fungus has
big
been
mycelium
against my will
networks
on this
are?
podcast.
Mycelium does spread all over Sigil. That's just how mycelium works. Yes, so you are
Is that
both...
canon?
The fungus has already won.
No.
Which is just how mycelium
I
networks
just
work in
described the
real
forest
life.
mycelium is everywhere. That's why you
Yeah.
can't just plant trees again after you cut down all the trees. It doesn't work that way. Anyway,
I've been reading a book about this recently.
both of you clawing, really more clawing than swimming. You claw your way to the edge
Ugh.
and, ignoring the things that you kick as you go, grab on, pull yourselves out, and then you are both able to, drenched, dripping water, make your way past the pipe and circle around the building. You see coming around Belag and Uptaglor. I don't know why I keep almost saying the wrong words, but you're all together now, so it doesn't really matter.
Unsplit.
You see Belag, Uptaglor coming, you all join together. The 4 of you meet up.
Not all the way, not all the way. There's a giant fungus monster back there.
Whoa. What?
It's
Where?
super
How?
gross.
I'll herd us into a nearby alleyway, because this is Sigil, there's 10,000 alleyways, and Ingrid's just gonna start prestidigitating herself and Fally to get as much slime off as possible.
Off.
Yes,
Yeah, Uptegler will help with the prestidigitation.
to bring everyone up to speed.
Pulling into a conveniently nearby alley, of which there are many.
being
You
Sigil.
prestidigitate yourself and, in short order, remove the coats of slime, then muck and stench that are on you with a few well-placed cantrips.
So, I mean, I think it was a pretty successful fact-finding mission, but I, until we got, sent down the chute.
Did you guys find anything in the morgue? I only heard Fally yell, "the morgue," so I assume that was important. I hope I didn't misread that.
I would say that the morgue, if it holds anything, it holds remarkably dirty sheets and the aforementioned other entrance to the chute. But when I was in the office, I did manage to take a rubbing of a note that I think was, I presume was then sent out via courier or something, but I've got a message
that's
here.
the lady dog is following.
And then I will take out the message and show it to the rest of the group.
House line.
Yeah, you
Prestidigitate.
take out just the most destroyed piece of paper that you could that you've ever seen.
I, Sophia, don't remember exactly what was written on it, but I assume Ingrid, with her ungodly investigation skills, probably does.
Yeah, Ingrid can easily recall the information. The investigators, there were two big pieces of information. The first is that investigators have come snooping, but don't worry, we're going to take care of them. The other important information was the subject we had found for the live vivisection. That's redundant. It's now out of our grasp. We probably need another source.
Well, I don't feel
live
good
vivisection is redundant.
about
Yes,
the,
it is, but that's okay.
the live vivisection.
I
of
realize
it all.
I've been doing that. I'm sorry, Sophia. Go on.
Yeah. I don't know if this, if you guys in the lobby noticed anything that corroborates this. I assume this was sent somewhere to someone, presumably whoever is in charge of getting
Temple District, Big Pit.
Temple District,
Yep,
Big
big
Pit.
temple district,
Does
big
this-
pit. Yeah, we sent dog.
I'm a Sigil local. Do I know a temple with a big pit in front of it?
Go ahead and roll a history check for Sigil.
Please save us.
That's a 22.
Nice.
Yeah, that's
starting
you
save us
know
from the tourists.
temple to the abyss, the demon lords. The many acolytes to different demon lords. It's not a chill place because the demon lords don't get along. So they're the acolytes that room there in that temple.
It's kind of
don't-
like the worst.
lot of conflict.
If you could picture in your mind just the absolute worst vibes possible in a frat house, that's sort of what's going on. It's a temple to the abyss, right? There's various levels to it, and there's various levels to the abyss. I don't know which level they went to, but just based on all the mushrooms
that
we've
with all the
encountered,
information
I
you
have a
gathered-
guess.
Yeah, fungus,
it
attendant
becomes
putrescence.
immediately obvious to
Zugit's boy.
actually to everyone between the arcane educated the Uptag, Lauren, Ingrid, and then the educated in the war of lawful good versus chaotic evil, which is Beleg and Valley. There is only one culprit that could be connected to a fungal infection and an acolyte from the temple, an acolyte of a demon lord, and that would be Zuktmoy, the Lady of Rot.
Well, I think that this at least gives some direction as to why the mystery ailment was so resistant to divine healing. It seems to be an offshoot of our, I wouldn't say dear friend, but familiar name if nothing else.
Yeah, I suppose the benefit of dealing with demons is they're all really married to the gimmick. You can usually
You
tell
can
their
usually
calling card.
tell if this thing is
Yeah, it's like, oh, is it spiders? I wonder who that could be. There's so many options. Ugh.
I think Fally's been thinking
Demon
over some
lords.
things and says, "Hey, Beleg, for no reason whatsoever,
What's up?
what's your stance on sort of creative obfuscation of the truth? Sort of like not mentioning certain details. Do you consider that lying?"
You mean lies of omission?
Sure.
You know,
You think lies of omission?
With
You're
lies
asking whether
and
they're
names?
lies?
it's a frustrating part of working as a detective that there are some people that it's actively detrimental to be completely honest to, but I do still consider it, leaving out elements of the truth still results in dishonesty. It's, I understand that many of my beloved coworkers do it professionally, not to judge.
I would
It's just
describe
not
it
really
as
for me.
acting, not lying, but sure, whatever floats your boat.
I hate to tell you this, Ingrid, they are technically the same thing.
That sounds like something someone who's not an actor would say.
You are correct, but am I wrong?
I would argue that there's a lot more artistry and craft behind what I do, but sure, tomato, tomato.
Hey, I'm not gonna argue with that.
There's a fair bit of artistry and craft that goes into lying, I'll have you know.
So you see what I mean? It's a complicated area, but it's something I at least try to avoid where best I
So
can.
what I'm hearing is that you would be understanding if someone who came to a strange place may not have volunteered all of the available information they had immediately.
Valley, this is starting to sound less hypothetical.
So,
Okay, what do you want to share with the class?
it's sort of just come to my attention that maybe perhaps there's some similarities between the current case that we are investigating and perhaps a certain case of a diseased Zaveri that happened just before I left Sigil, more or less.
The
And-
Zaveri. On the 5th level?
Yeah, the one that they all blame you for and think maybe that you might have murdered, and that's why they haven't let you come home. And so I just didn't say anything because I didn't know what was happening.
dear.
And then, so here we are. So I'm saying something now, and that's the important thing because I don't think you did it.
Oh, well, that's very reassuring, Valley, and I do appreciate that, and I mean that. Oy, okay. What happened with the Zaveri after I left?
To be honest, I don't fully know. I don't think anyone on the 5th level knows. I mean, it's weird enough that it was there in the beginning. All I know is
Yeah, they're not supposed to leave
right?
the first level.
All I know is that they tried very, very, very hard to save it, and it died very quickly, despite all of their best efforts, which is, considering the healing waters and the general, healthcare standard, really concerning. And so
Yeah, I mean,
but
my lay on hands didn't do much, but it that's a band-aid in a war zone. It's not what they're capable of in the healing places. I didn't realize they couldn't
No,
save it.
I found out sort of it when it crossed the death registry sort of thing, and it, you disappeared. It was a little bit of a tiny minor scandal, and I would never gossip, but I did, pay attention. So that, when I showed up in Sigil, I was like, well, I know at least one person here.
Well, you're not wrong about that. Oh, yeah, I mean, I wish I could give you more information, but I was just as confused. I was out on patrol in the 5th level, and I saw the Zaveri in a pool, and it looked like it was drowning in air. They're aquatic. Drowning is weird, but it looked like it wasn't doing good, and I tried to heal it, and I couldn't do anything, and then hole opened up in the water under me, dropped me right into the ditch. Couldn't find a way back.
I was going to ask, I mean, this is not my area of expertise, but it is somewhat notoriously difficult to get to levels of Mount Celestia that you're not typically supposed to be from.
Yeah, it took a while, and I was starting from level 3, so...
I mean, a door opened up that took you away. Do you think a door could have opened that brought it there?
Not any way that I know of. There are no shortcuts to climbing the mountain. That's kind of what the mountain's for.
Would Fally have any more information on how a portal would have gotten there? Or like that, thinking it through.
Go ahead
Yeah.
and roll me an insight check. Start.
Can I give the help action on that since we've been
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
through it?
I'd say
Great.
both of you, but you could roll yourself if you'd
Divine
like.
to divine and communication.
I'll give it a shot. Valley, what's your insight? We'll see what's the
I got
better
a +6.
strat.
I have a +6.
Yeah, take the help action. I only have a +4.
Okay. That is a 24.
Yeah!
Ooh. Okay.
You're seeing
Go
the
ahead.
code. The
Ingrid
equation.
mentions the portal, and the portal is important. But cycling back to what you were just saying, you brought up. Blake said I couldn't heal it. The thing you're already healing, which is that on Mertion, there's the City of Tempered Souls. They're the greatest healers in all the Planescape, and they couldn't even fix it. And you wonder if you haven't been looking at it the wrong way. The way that yourself and everyone else on Celestia was looking at it was, isn't this weird that we couldn't even cure it with the best healers, the best divine powers that exist? And you start thinking, what if that's intentional? What if it wasn't coincidence that this thing ended up with the greatest healers in the Planescape? What if it was put there? Now, it isn't a celestial being born in Mount Celestia. Traveling the layers is still not easy, but much easier to get move within Mount Celestia, than to randomly happen across a portal to a higher level of Celestia. Belay could tell you that with a lot of experience. Much, much easier to get one to travel up the layers naturally than to try to find some way to skip to going it there. Getting it to the 5th layer with the greatest healers in the planescape would be no easy task. If you could figure out a way to do it, if the thing that caused it couldn't be combated even by the very best in the job, the very best healers there are, it starts to feel like there is a plan that almost went off without a hitch, but didn't quite. It didn't quite go off without a hitch because maybe it died too soon. Maybe whatever was wrong with the Zaveri was too powerful and killed it too quickly.
So it needed to, just to verbalize a couple things, it would have needed to, whatever the plan was, it would have needed to work in such a way that couldn't be healed by the greatest healers in the planescape. So that would be good. But it also would need to keep it alive long enough for whatever purpose they were using it for. So it succeeded in one aspect, seems to have failed in the other, because they're clearly still testing the process here.
Yeah. You think back to what Ingrid just said, they're still testing the process. I think maybe Ingrid thinks of the cadaver, of the group of cadavers that were in the pit. And then you think of the vivisection that was supposed to happen today and then didn't.
You know, if you wanted to view the effects of something, someone whose physical appearance is vividly tied to their physical state is a pretty good candidate. Like an Eladrin, for example.
But the question is what the
Because if
purpose
you're-
is. As far as we can tell, the Eladrin's, she's not contagious. The fungal infection, it seems to be highly localized, highly specific. And the Zaveri, whatever was wrong with it, I could barely even tell. I couldn't heal it, but it didn't affect me
And it was
either.
just sick, wasn't...
But it did affect you, didn't it, Blake?
Well,
What
I
happened
suppose
while you were trying to heal it?
it would be a rather large coincidence if a portal happened to open directly underneath it
Yeah.
for no
I'm not going
reason.
to ask for an insight there. I think that's a
Yeah.
reasonable...
If the purpose of this, and they started with Mount Celestia, if this is an abyssal plot and the purpose of it is to plant portals in things that can infiltrate Celestia higher than anything else, it died too soon. Only I went through, and it didn't seem to affect anybody else, right? The other healers, nobody
No,
else
it
went
was,
missing.
that's kind of what was so suspicious. It was just, it was just you.
Yeah, I can't really blame them for finding that weird.
Can I get my Arcanist Ingrid and Uteglar to make Arcana checks for me?
Arcanists. Go, my Arcanists.
Go, Arcanist.
Oh, hell yeah.
That is a 15. Or no, sorry, 16.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20 is what you needed. Exactly on a DC 20. Uteglar, you are aware that there are some demons that make portals. That's their purpose. They can make doorways, but it's never been useful because in any of the upper planes, because they just die quickly, but especially in Mount Celestia, the Lunia, the sea that you teleport into, is made of holy water, so any demon you sent there to make a doorway would just burn up instantly.
What do they need to create the portals? They just create them? Or
The demons called alkalists that natively can, they need to mature and grow. They will make an arch, and then they mature and become a portal, a doorway to a layer of the abyss.
Perhaps it's not completely unrelated to, things that have to grow. Of all the various disease vectors that exist, fungus is alive, as far as I understand. If you were going to grow
many
a portal
diseases are.
on something, well, I guess I'm thinking of plants more than anything else. This is not my area of expertise, fungi.
No, yeah, you're correct.
Yeah.
Fungus does need to grow and take hold, all the while killing the host. right?
Tough balance.
Upon full maturation, a doorway opens due to the fungus that has matured within the host body.
And it doesn't work.
The
if they
Zaveri
die
was
too
meant
soon.
to open on the 5th level where all the healers were,
And it
but
did.
it failed.
Well, mostly. Okay, so what
It
they're
failed,
doing
although-
here, what
They learned that it could not be cured.
it's
There
true,
was a success there.
but Althex thinks she can if we can get it a sample.
Yes, if you get a mature sample of the fungal infection, a large enough sample of the end product, she thinks she can reverse the same way you did the last time. She
With
can
the
basically
sunflower
create
seed.
like a vaccine. She's making a material component for the restoration she's going to cast. But you can think of it, as a vaccine of sorts.
And if we can create a cure for this, because the healers, they didn't know what they were dealing with. They couldn't stop the progression and they couldn't keep the Zaveri alive. But they didn't understand the nature of what they were trying to heal. And Althax, if we get her a sample, she could formulate a cure that other healers can use. Althax is good, but she's not the best in the planescape.
Is it the same disease,
The
though?
others could.
Because I mean, I'm also
It
not
has
a
been a
medical
couple
practitioner,
years.
but my understanding was that this was a different disease with just similar symptoms of being unable to be cured divinely. So are they testing the same disease twice?
seems like
or are they
a-
testing different variations of disease? Like would a cure might work in this instance, but will it stop them from trying again?
I think, well, it's a good question. I think that might be a few problems ahead of where we're at, because it seems to me that the greatest thing that we have right now is the knowledge that this is happening at all. Because Mount Celestia, what, they think I just decided to murder a Zaveri and disappear into a portal one day? They don't know that this is a weapon, an attempt at infiltration by the forces of the Abyss into Mount Celestia itself. They don't know that's happening. They can't
No,
prepare
in fact,
for
if we
it.
told them, they probably would come here. Don't you think they'd probably show up in force?
Well, they can't really do that, right? Like, anything above a certain level can't make it into Sigil without the lady getting all... No disrespect. Without her getting a little bit, upset, as it were.
Oh, no.
I would never say such a thing.
Yes, no, I
But
totally
I might think it
knew
once in a
that.
while.
Uptag, you're very
What?
lucky you don't have skin.
Well, that's, of course, that's why I just
Tickler's
assumed...
immune.
Noir, stop pissing off the Lady of Pain challenge level impossible. We're gonna go one campaign where you don't
Tagler just explodes off of them, and they're like, oh, freshly healed.
The cytoplasm.
I did say it under bated breath.
Oh yeah, that ought to work.
Just to make sure we're all on the same page, we've stumbled upon the latest in what I have to assume is a series of ongoing plots in this eternal war between good and evil. And this one involves creating diseases that let them open portals to higher levels of Mount Celestia than normally they'd be able to access.
Let them open portals anywhere, I would assume. Anywhere they can get somebody infected.
Certainly.
And who's to say if this thing matures properly, the host might never technically die. The portal might just stay there.
This is also
I mean, that
possible.
thing that you guys were dealing with in the pool didn't seem all that dead, right?
The lady does have a love of... Zuptmoy does have a love of incorporating life, afterlife, blurring the boundary between life and death,
Yeah.
and incorporating, those who are
if the
victims.
Zaveri hadn't died, or for that matter, if I hadn't found it, if the others hadn't found it, if it had just turned into something in that little pool, turned into an open wound in the planescape, I mean, presumably it would have come here, but it's probably easier to filter troops in through here than it would be to get them to the 5th level of Mount Celestia the slow way.
Yeah.
Suppose.
Not to mention that
there's basically never been a demon incursion that high.
And
Not to mention that knowledge of this could exonerate Blake from whatever is preventing him from traveling back to Mount Celestia.
I mean, I would certainly
Yeah, that's a good
appreciate
point.
that, but I feel like we gotta focus on the important part
well, I
first.
would like to
and we want to
I
make sure that
can-
poor
while
we're
Eladrin
having this
doesn't get
conversation,
turned into some
I
horrifying
can alert
mushroom
Mount
pool.
Celestia. I don't know that it'll be effective. My contact is not exactly well, he's very bright, but not, perhaps intelligent?
Lantern
Yeah.
Archon. Yep. Yeah. I got stories about Satya for days, I tell you. Okay, well, all right, first things first. We get the cure. We get what Althax needs for the cure. We fix this poor lady before she dies or turns into something horrible. And then we start worrying about how to talk to Mount Celestia. It'd be better if we can give them both the problem and the solution at the same time, I think.
That
Okay.
As Blake says the problem and the solution at the same time, Ingrid, you look down the alley. You can kind of see the, you can kind of obscured about, but you can still see the
still
weary
smell
spirit
it.
infirmary. You can definitely still smell it.
That'll be happening for a while, yeah.
But the phantom smell in your nose, you can see the building, and walking not directly past the alley, but kind of through the square, you watch as the messengers Tetch sent has returned, and following, you see the silhouette of a woman who's wearing kind of looks like long, it's a dress with like a train that's dragging behind her. It is dark mottled gray. It is many layers of thin, like fabric gauze like, and they're sort of moth-eaten splotchy. And she has some sort of hat, and then there's a veil that covers her face. You can only see the silhouette of her face, just the silhouette of her profile as the light shines through, which doesn't tell you much except for the distinct missing nose.
I believe we need to get the red wine. It appears a bride has arrived.
And she enters the weary spirit.
Hold on, you're saying that Zuktmai is here?
No, but
I
a
thought
lot
it
of
was
devotees.
Attendants.
They got some very
Yeah,
gaudy
attendant
imagery.
putrescent,
Yeah, the
yes?
attendant putrescent.
bridesmaids
That's
from
what it's
hell.
called.
Yeah.
Yes. I just want to touch.
I'm just imagining a Bene Gesserit personally.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
There's a little Bene Gesserit in there, yeah.
I just want to touch base really quickly because this is getting into territory of taking a side and taking action in a conflict that has been raging for literal Elven generations, and that's hundreds of years on just for a single one of those generations. I think, as open and shut, it is critically important that we get a cure for our client, and Beleg, I know that this is personally very important to you, so I don't want to deny you the opportunity to do more with it, but at the moment, I feel that our focus should be on that cure and sending a message rather than chasing after the proverbial bride. But again, this is, Beleg, something I know you feel deeply personally about, and I don't want to deny you an opportunity to do your paladin thing, if that is what you desire.
Oh, well, I appreciate that, Miss Darling, but I'll be doing my paladin thing whichever way we choose. Curing our client, it's the right thing to do. Getting this to Mount Celestia, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, you guys, you don't have to take the side. I'm on the side. This war, I've been in there, even before I took up the sword. But it's not the job of any single paladin to win that war single-handedly. And besides, I can't take it personally. They didn't even know I was there. I was just some schmuck in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'd turn up, sword blazing, and they don't even know who I am. How embarrassing would that be?
It does seem to be a bit, I wouldn't say bigger than ourselves, but more in the sense of a greater conspiracy than we can kill in one day, regardless of our choice to engage with that conspiracy.
Yes,
I suppose-
it does have a network of conspirators that span generations, eons, and planes in a way that I don't know that just dealing with this place will do more for us than getting a cure and alerting Celestia to the particular angle of danger.
There's a turn of phrase that I first heard in Sigil that it took me a few weeks to really wrap my head around. Better the devil you know than the devil you don't. And the benefit of not trying to go in there and slice off her head is that we know who she is, and we know where she is, and we know all the people who work with her. And if we do our job right, it might take them a little while to figure out that we're onto them. And if there's one thing I've learned from you lovely people, It's the benefit of occasionally being a little bit sneaky when it comes to your tactical decisions.
You don't even know if cutting off her head would work, so.
That's true. Yeah, thank you, voice of God.
Fally writes down.
Maybe she'd
You're
just grow a
welcome,
second
lady.
grosser one. I
course
knew
it's
you
a
was
good
looking out
idea.
for me, big
Fally
man.
writes down, better the devil you know, on the little section where they've also written down from Tetch.
It seems that we're largely aligned. Tektor, do you have any thoughts?
Not long ago, we got into an argument in which we were going to uncover a plot by Zadara, and I argued that we needed to keep things under wraps, not necessarily go after them, and you, Beleg, had said someone has to go after them, so it might as well be us. Is what causes you to falter the size of the matter?
It's a good question. And I understand why you'd ask it. I suppose the way I look at it is everyone who becomes a paladin does it because they want to be a hero. You know? So the first thing we all have to learn is that you can't be the big hero every single day. You can try, and then you get yourself killed, and you do very little good to anybody. And here's the thing. This war, it's bigger than I think you've ever dealt with. And that's nothing on you. Frankly, part of me kind of envies that Sigil never gets touched by it for the most part. You can't win a war if your ego's in the way. If you've got to be the one to put the final sword strike home, you're never going to make it to that final battle. Ingrid said, it's been going on for elven generations, hundreds and hundreds of years. I'm not going to see the end of it. My kids are never going to see the end of it. It's push and pull. It's like the tide. You can't stab the ocean and make it go away. I've tried. Doesn't work so good. When it comes to this, the way I see it, we're not leaving this to fester. We're given the tools to really deal with it to the people who can really deal with it, rather than getting ourselves killed and nobody ever finds out what's going on, and the invasion continues without us anyway.
But legitimately, you think that Tetch and one of the attendants of Zuktmoy is too much for us? I understand the concept of stabbing the ocean and not making it go away, but a bucket less in the ocean is still a bucket fewer.
I think that if we kill the attendant putrescent, Zuktmoy will have another one within a week. Maybe she'll have different schemes, maybe she'll have the same scheme, maybe she'll be the same lady with a slightly different head.
And if we don't take care of the disease at its source, they'll have another one within a week.
The way you take care of a disease at its source is by finding the cure.
And not for nothing, but Sigil is a city of big factions, and we're already on the bad side of one of them. I tend to try to encourage all of my friends and employees to pursue their personal quests and interests as much as possible, but my office and residence was nearly burned down like a day ago. I'd really prefer if we did not get ourselves marked targets in the war between Celestia and the Abyss.
I mean, some of us it's a little late for that, but I do that on my own time. Doesn't reflect on my employer.
I suppose is more of an answer to the question of why we don't storm this quote-unquote hospital and try and fight these particular individuals. I think it would be better.
To be fair.
Surely Tetch is not on the same level as Zadara or Shemeshka or Maramoth.
No, he's not. I mean, look, if you really want to go in there and fight Tetch, I am not going to tell you no. I got no love for the guy. I think we'd be doing
I
the
just
city a
assumed
favor.
that we were going to be doing this the same as the last disease, in which we killed it at its source.
If I may, and I definitely don't want to get in the middle of this, but I don't know if you have, I don't know the incident you're referring to as well, but it does seem like,
Oh, it was real
okay,
bad. I'll tell
that
you
it
something.
sounds bad.
It was super gross.
It does sound like killing it at its source was effective the last time, and in my experience, the question of why not us is really readily answered if there's a different us to pass it along to, which it didn't sound like there was in that case, but definitely there is now.
It was rather time sensitive. The problem with that one is that it was rapidly spreading and we had to find where it was coming from, or it was potentially going to become a pandemic. This, it seems slower moving. Admittedly, we could potentially slow it by killing Tetch, but there might also be evidence that would be useful in the long-term combating of this kind of strategy in the future. I'm not going to pretend to understand all the tactical top-down stuff, but I will say, I think that in order to do what we need to do, which is save Miss Celinda, get Althax what she needs to synthesize the cure, get that to Mount Celestia, and explain what we think is going down, I think we can do that efficiently without needing to get my ego involved in it. And Ooptaglor, I don't want to pretend like this is all just some top-down, lawful, it's the right thing to do. This is the first time since I got here that I can see the way home for me. And I'd be lying if I said it wasn't a strange feeling. There's a part of me that doesn't want to fumble right when I'm so close to maybe getting to see them again. And maybe that means I don't want to take as many big risks as I used to, and maybe that's not good, but it's what's going on in here. And if a liable mission is still a lie, then I gotta be honest, and I gotta say that to all of you. I don't want to lose anyone today, and I prefer not to die before I get a chance to go home properly. If it's all the same to you.
If you think that Tetch and an assistant of Zuktmoy is really too much for us, then sure.
Do you think they're too much for us?
No. I think we have an ability to maybe not end the war single-handedly, but perhaps cut off a branch. And sure, that might branch out to something else more. But that would have been 2 branches had we not done anything.
Well, the last thing I'm gonna do is deny you a positive influence. If you want to take a crack at this and strike back in a big way, I'll be right there supporting you, bud.
It's not my call.
I think we're a team. We make decisions together. But I'm very proud of you for making that one. Whatever we end up doing.
It's not my call.
Perhaps it's an overabundance of caution. But after the events of the last few days, I'm incredibly leery of getting involved with any of Sigil's eminent factions, and that includes, regardless of their relative power level, the Weary Spirit Infirmary, who has been here longer than me and will probably be here after us.
And just as a point of order, Tetch did yeet myself and Ingrid out of the recycling chute, like 2 very used aluminum cans. So I don't know that we necessarily could take him without loss of life.
I think it is much...
Well, he wasn't aiming to kill last time.
I think it is much more important for Open and Shut, as it is an agency, to do right by their client than to strike out at any branches of any wars and make enemies of other factions.
But we don't, it's not an either or. We had the opportunity, well, never mind.
Ooptaglor, I don't want to discredit your opinion. I think it is... I see the good in where you're coming from, but I've also seen...
No, it's fine. It's okay. We talked about this.
I don't want you to... we'll talk later, but... Open and Shut's official stance is let's get our client a cure as fast as possible and get this information to Celestia. We've uncovered the mystery. Let's do right by our client.
Sophia,
Sure thing, boss.
I understand that I'm in the captain's chair, so to speak. If the other players really don't want to do the let's go fight something that's not these two main guys, please speak now and forever hold your
Let's
peace.
do it.
That's too bad.
I'm good. So the current plan that Ingrid is going with is let's go.
I think
Get-
we can
get the fungal
what we need
sample.
from like the mushroom dude in the back, if I understand that correctly.
Right. So leave
Yes.
Tetch and the attendant putrescents to have their little powwow in there while
Yeah.
we sneak in, kill their horrible bathtub monster, and then skedaddle before they ever know
Yes.
what we were up to. Okay.
Yeah, I think Ingrid especially is like, given what's been going, like given what we're immediately dealing with and what we will have to deal with in the next like literal day, I think she's even though like the Weary Spirit is not as distinct a faction in the way that like the Planar Trade Consortium is and like Shemeshka in the Fortune's Wheel, it is still like a distinct organization with members outside of this dude and this lady, and like the abyssal thing is distinct. I think Ingrid is so leery of that right now that I think her brain is like, let's do what is safest for us and still accomplishes our immediate goal and not like overreach when my literal livelihood was nearly burned to the ground a couple days ago. I would like to deal with the immediate problem.
Yeah. No, I
Yeah.
as player, as mentioned, I'm
Certainly.
good with either way.
Way for resources from Tetch, but they could be way more personal about this whole thing.
Yeah.
All right, so my understanding is that you are going to go back to the it has a name.
Go back to the terrible pit of
The
awful
pool.
despair.
Back to the horrible nightmare biohazard pit.
I'd suggest everyone plug
The
the nose
Boneyard
ahead of
Pond.
its time.
The Boneyard Pond. The Boneyard Pond. Thank you.
Oh, his dog returned, by the way.
Oh yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Dog.
It's okay.
Dog has already returned. Dog. We got caught up in the role play,
beautiful
but
thing
Dog
he
has been
does
back
for my
for
action economy.
a little while
Dog's
now.
just been sitting behind me for like 10 minutes. I did not want to interrupt the drama.
What is that panting sound?
All right. So, I take it that you are going back to the Boneyard Pond. You're going to try to kill this fungal abomination, this amalgam of many past victims of the disease,
Woo!
the unhallowed blight, and then use that to synthesize your cure with Alphax.
Yes, that would be nice.
Okay. Are there any preparations? Any trivially?
I'll
it's going to be
cast
trivially.
aid on everyone.
Okay. Aid. You're doing it at second level or higher.
Oh, let's do a third level. Why not?
Hell yeah.
So everyone gets additional 10 hit points. So your hit point maximum goes up by 10 temporarily.
Nice.
Yes. For the next 8 hours, you have 10. You have a new max, and you gain those hit points. So you have that many hit points now.
When we get closer, I'm gonna click my boots of
Yep.
speed so
Easy,
that I
easy.
get that sweet movement boost.
I have one question because I've never used this ability. Channel Divinity Sacred Weapon says I add +3 to attack rolls. Is that just the attack roll or damage as well?
I believe it's also damage.
Let's see. It doesn't specifically say. Add your charisma modifier, so that's +3. Weapon also emits bright light, but I mean, it already did that. It's a little redundant doing that with the magical paladin sword because all they can think of is it's magic and it glows now, and it's like, yeah, I know.
You don't say.
No shit, sir.
Yeah, you're right. It adds 2 attack rolls. It does not say
Okay,
damage
well.
rolls.
Cool. Then I think I'll leave it. It's not all that useful.
Okie dokie. So you slink around, taking the alley back and around, coming at the building from behind. You approach the unguarded Boneyard Pond. All of your preparations have been made. You approach the water's edge. I'm going to ask everyone, please roll initiative.
Yeah.
So, I'm seeing... So a 16 for Valley. Is that correct?
Yes.
A 20 for Taglor. Awesome. Are those 14s for the both of you?
Yep.
Tasty 14.
Okay.
Pretty sure my dex is higher, but we never know.
Oh, yeah, I rolled a 14 on the die. My initiative bonus is +0. You're going first.
And
Now,
I rolled a 4. Okay.
moment of truth. 16. What is your dexterity score, Fally?
My dexterity score is
Small valley.
11.
Okay. I believe that this creature has a dexterity of 11 as well. Oh my gosh, we got rollies. We're rolling off. Go ahead, roll a d20.
Ooh.
My God, they're identical.
How do I know which one to shoot? They're exactly the same.
God, there's no trope funnier to me. Like, what do you mean you
All right,
can't
what
tell
did
us
you get,
about
honey?
12.
16.
Uh,
The fungal abomination is going before you. This is awesome. You guys all rolled so well. And the abomination still beat almost all of you. It is currently sitting 30 feet at the bottom of the pond here. Ooptacular, you're up first.
I'm gonna feel like such a fool if I'm like, let's do the safe one, and then we die anyway.
It'd be pretty funny. You're going for the... Yeah, you guys don't know. It's the actually CR30.
We did make a choice that we did think was the safe one, and then it turned out to be a death tyrant.
You know,
Just
That is
saying.
true. We are batting pretty badly on that. It's 0 for 1 so far.
you know, this one is grosser, which makes me think Austin wanted us to fight it either way, you know? Like, it feels like this dude is all fungus,
Oh.
Yeah,
so...
that's true.
I
I mean, I'm
gave
sure Tetch
Tetch
has like
and the
horrible
attendant
abilities he can
Putress and
use,
such cool abilities, so patrons will probably get those at some point.
I just think Austin wanted to describe all of Tetch's fingernail moves and general
Save them for later
unpleasant
campaigns.
hands
Kick our
a
asses
lot
with them.
more.
I don't think he has any fingernail moves. He should,
Gross.
maybe.
Yeah. Tetch's disgustingness versus divine health.
He
Let's
does-
see which one wins
know-
out.
A
on my
reaction
end.
called flies in your eyes.
Ugh.
No, bad. You know what? I think I'll take my chances with the
Ooptacular,
horrifying fungus
You're
bathtub monster.
first. Flies in your eyes.
Okay,
Oh, good one, Austin.
speaking of fly,
Get out of
Don't
here.
strain yourself, patting
I
yourself
gotta
on
put
the
myself
back.
on here. I apologize. I need to.
You old so-and-so.
Carry on.
Okay, boots of speed. That's nothing, Ingrid. I'm sorry.
My movement doubled?
I will take out
slow on
my.
Ingrid.
I will take out my dot
Yeah, I
salute.
bet this thing probably can't cast silence.
And I will cast fly on Ingrid.
Ooh. I have a fly.
And I'm totally not doing this because of the bardic
Nope,
inspiration
not
I
at
have
all.
lined up.
Oh yeah.
And for my bardic inspiration, I'm gonna inspire Ingrid.
Uh-huh.
And this one's for you, Sophia. Fly, Ingrid, fly on the road to victory. Fight, Ingrid, fight. Hit the bad guys, 1, 2, 3. Hit 'em low, hit 'em high, and watch our Ingrid fly. Fly, Ingrid, fly on the road to victory. I-N-G-R-I-D, Ingrid!
I'm so glad my
Yeah.
internet cut out and I missed that whole thing.
I am wearing an Eagles sweater that my boyfriend's brother's wife gave me for my birthday. It says "Go Birds."
Aw, hell yeah.
So you know what? Go
Okay.
birds.
That's a pheasant and a hawk.
Well, it's got a bunch of birds on it, and at the bottom it says "Go Birds," which is
I guess it's theoretically like sports non-denominational then.
no.
Anyone can
It's
wear it.
very clear.
Maybe you're just a really
I think
big birds
If you
fan.
hear the words "Go Birds," it's very clear which birds we're talking about. And that's
Is there
the
even an
eagle.
eagle on
Yeah,
there?
there's somewhere. There is. I don't know where it is because I'm not good at birds like that. But it's on. Yeah, he's right here.
Someone get Brendan Lee Mulligan on the horn.
Okay, all right.
Not
all right.
everyone
Alright,
who
cool.
plays
How
Dungeons
dare
and
you,
Dragons on an
Brendan
actual
Mulligan.
play
I'm
has
gonna
to know
bird expert.
birds.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you, Techlore. I appreciate the inspiration and the song.
Woo.
Yeah.
Like to see Friendly Mulligan be able to tell the difference between a downy woodpecker and a hairy woodpecker.
Austin, we have to move on.
All right, so you can fly, Ingrid. Ooptacular, are you gonna do anything else?
Every time
I'm not
we
gonna
diss
swim
his
in there
career.
because that's only 15 feet and that's only gonna get me like halfway. So
Range attacks
Yeah.
question mark?
Was
It's
that?
30 feet
Ranged
underwater.
attacks question mark? Really good ranged attacks question mark?
I do not have any.
Can we do like Hollywood bullet rules where like if you fire a projectile into the water, it perfectly continues with its momentum and speed rather than just immediately fizzling out within 6 inches of the surface?
I think all this to say, that's all I have.
Cool.
Cool.
Okay. That brings us to.
Oh, good.
Well, this is good. It has to come up and get us.
This thing's too stupid to strategize. So we're gonna roll a d4 and see who it's going to attack. That is a 4. That is the melee fighter paladin. Okay, probably not the best idea, but he's too stupid to know that. Actually, he has a couple attacks, so he can attack with
Thanks,
the
bud.
leg noob tagler, so that works out.
You're saving me a spell slot, buddy boy.
I apologize, I have to look up how many tendrils it has, because that tells me how many slams it can make.
Oh, good.
Gross.
I think we're about to get slammed down big style.
No. Don't. No.
That's
definitely what
all
that
right.
means.
No.
It has 3 tentacles. That is 3 attacks.
You know, I expected more, but I'm not mad.
But at the start of its
Don't expect
turn,
more.
okay,
Don't need to add any more tentacles.
neither of those things apply.
Is this all you
We're
can
good to go.
conjure,
Here we are. Here we are.
Sodomon?
This. No.
First attack of Blake. 23.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Right. That is going to be 9 bludgeoning and
My extra hit points.
5 necrotic.
Okay, so that's 14 damage total. Boop.
You are also restrained. You are grappled and restrained in this way.
Okay, there's no save?
No. No, when it hits, you get restrained.
Cool.
The second attack is coming on Utaglor.
Sure.
That is a 22 to hit.
Oh, yeah, that hits.
That is also 9 points of bludgeoning and 4 points of necrotic.
Okay. I'm not resistant to any.
You are also restrained.
Do you have, like, on account of being an ooze, is there, like, a thing you can do about being grappled or restrained, or is that just a...
I have advantage on exiting them.
Cool.
Or I have advantage on to initiate or escape a grapple. Because I am amorphous.
To initiate is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll just roll and see who this third attack is going on. So odds, evens. That's odds on the leg. So we're going to roll at advantage because you're restrained.
Right on me, boss.
It's the same thing to hit as before. So that's 7 bludgeoning and just 2 necrotic.
Okay.
It will not transform anything. So that will end its turn. Which brings us to Fally. You see this thing comes up and my mycelium tendrils whip around and grab each of your allies here, Belake and Utaglor is currently restraining them. Fally, what would you like to do?
Okay, I have two ideas. The first is a little unhinged. So I have this. I have spiritual weapon, right? So clerics and deities who are associated with a particular weapon make the spell's effect resemble that weapon. And Helm's, of course, is a gauntlet, which is sort of like a hand. So I'm wondering if we just need a sample of this thing. Can I just hit it hard enough to, like, scoop enough off the top?
Oh.
Like, not trying to pick it
I thought
up,
you were
just trying to,
gonna
like,
describe, like, a
separate
Smash
a
Bros.
head or two
Master
off.
Hand.
Like, I don't think I
Yeah.
have dexterity, but, like, just to scoop, do a little, like, whoop, you know?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
gross.
So the spiritual weapon is not like Big B's hand that can like grab. I will, first off, I think a gauntlet is a super dope spiritual weapon. I'm super into that. I will say, I really like the rule cool here. If you cast it and you crit on an attack roll, I will say yes, you separate enough to be used as a sample.
All right. I mean, I gotta do it.
Spirit gardening
Okay,
shears.
yeah, it's a bonus action to
I
cast,
believe in you.
which will leave you your action, which is great.
Yeah.
Is there anything I can do with my action that would help free them? Like, it's not concentrating on holding them, right? It's just holding them. So, like, I could, you know what I mean?
Correct, yeah, it's not a spell or anything. Is there anything you could do? You could use your action to try to pull one of them off.
Yeah.
If you have any spells that, like, freedom of movement, that'll get people right out of. But I don't think, well, you can cast
Yeah,
that
exactly.
anyway, 'cause you cast
Things
the,
that aren't
you can
casting
cast the,
spells.
bonus action spell. Yeah, so the main thing would be just trying to pull them
Okay.
out yourself.
Cool.
You could yank them and bring them out.
Then I will cast Spiritual Weapon at a 3rd level. Oh, sorry, yeah, so I'll do that. And...
Yeah, I think the damage dice goes up every 2 levels. You should double check if you want to cast
I
at 2nd or 4th.
do want to double check that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
So 2nd or
Great catch.
4th is where you want to be doing it.
Yeah, because I don't think I super care about like killing it. So I think we just do 2nd level. All right.
Oh, yes, that's good.
Okay. How about an 18?
Yeah, an 18's gonna hit, definitely. By Jove! I hated that.
Hey.
By Jove, he's done it.
Yeah, so this should be 1d8 plus your wisdom, I believe.
Yep. That's 10.
Okay, 10, not too bad. 10 force damage, if I remember. Which, shock of all shocks, it does not resist. Well done. You watch as the gauntlet of Helm appears. It comes down. A divine sorcerer I played had the same spiritual weapon, the gauntlet. Love that. Slams right to the side of this thing. And you see some shelf fungi who are stacked on top of each other kind of open up and let out this like gurgle of pain.
That's the Iron Fist of the law. And then I'm gonna try to drag the leg out.
Yeah, go ahead and move yourself over and then make an athletics check against the DC
sure.
of this grapple.
Come on, Valley.
Yeah.
Can I help?
It is an
that
action.
takes an action, doesn't it?
It is an action.
Yeah.
Beans. That's not very
It's not
useful,
super
but I'm
high
proficient.
DC, believe it or not, so...
That's a 10 on that
I
athletics
believe in
check.
Valley.
Sadly, 10 is not enough, so... Yeah, you're not quite able to separate between them.
Good effort.
Alright, Ingrid. You can fly! You can fly! You
Alright.
can fly!
I am, and I'm gonna whoosh fly. 10,
she flies
15,
now.
20, 25. That's great. Is this in
Criminal.
flanking
Just for
with
that, we're
the
killing
leg?
this thing extra hard.
Right here.
Sorry,
Just
which?
flanking with the leg.
I'm not sure this thing can be flanked.
Let me double check that. Excellent observation. Conditioned immunities? Flanked! Yes, thank you.
Yeah, show me it's
Sorry.
front.
Thank you, Red.
Hey,
Much
teacher,
appreciated
did we have
for
homework?
Then
reminding me that's a thing that creatures and flea mortals do have, immunity to flanked.
great. Then I'm going to bonus action.
Can Oobteglor not be flanked?
You want to say? Oh, because it's
I'm going to
insightful
bonus
fighting? Cool,
action
cool, cool.
insightful fighting this thing. So if you can make a deception check for me.
Okay.
I'm assuming the
I
fungus
don't know,
is
it's
not
got
a very
pretty good
deceptive
poker
creature.
face.
That's a very bad score, though. What'd you get?
16 plus 7 is 20.
Oh, yeah.
23.
Yeah.
Brain nut.
You beat a 13.
Great.
Yes, good job.
Roll the 15, though, so, you know.
Great.
Respect
So
to
I
him.
do get sneak attack against it if I succeed an attack, and I'm going to use my action to attack with the Grixit's blade.
Nice.
You sure? You sure?
You sure?
Yes.
Maybe you don't want to do that.
That's a 19 to hit.
Yeah, 19 definitively hits.
Great, so that's going to be a d6
A palpable
plus
hit.
4 from the Grixit's blade, and I'm going to expend a Bardic Inspiration to use my fun and funky Whispers Bard feature. I have so many class features, I have to scroll so far down to find it. Psychic Blades. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you'd expend one use of Bardic Inspiration to deal an extra 2d6 psychic damage to the target. You can only do so once per round on your turn. Okay, so I need to expand where is my Bardic Inspiration?
Yeah, so you're going to get a d6 from the Grixis blade, 2d6 psychic, and then you're going to get 3d6 sneak attack?
I think it's still 2d6.
Is that correct?
Because I didn't level up in Rogue.
2d6? Okay. Gotcha. That's still 5d6 plus your dexterity.
Yes.
So, that's pretty good. And by the way, it does not resist the weapon or psychic, so all of this damage is going to be straight.
Ooh, clicky
Clicky
clack.
clacky indeed. That's pretty good, actually. That's not too terrible. 21 points of damage total. Oh no, 25 points of damage total. I almost forgot to add my dex.
Jesus.
Tasty.
Woof. That was a titanic hit. Please describe that one
I think
for
Ingrid,
us.
like, suddenly flying is like, oh yes, I could get used to this. It's like, Wyowick. And I'm gonna, like, speed skate over, whirl around, like, very, like you would spin on, like, an aerial silk almost, pivot and just in with the blade. And then so my boots of speed are active, and one of the things that they do is give people have disadvantage to hit you with opportunity attacks.
Okay. So you want to dip out of
So I
there?
think I want to dip out of there.
Okay.
Any creature
It
that
does
makes
still
an
have-
opportunity attack against you has disadvantage on the attack roll.
All right. Yep. I will roll. I'll roll at disadvantage. That's only a 10 at disadvantage.
It does not manage to nab me, so I move 30, 25, 40,
Nice.
45, 50.
Hell yeah.
Ingrid's just dipping.
Ingrid's
I'm trying to play a
Ingrid's
rogue.
going home.
In the intended way you're supposed to play a rogue.
Ingrid said, no
All
thank
right.
you.
And that will be my turn.
Beleg,
Nice.
at the start of your turn, please make a Constitution saving throw.
Come on, Beleg.
Yes, I will do that. It's +3. Oh yeah, people have bonuses on saves as long as they're within 10 feet.
Yeah, good to remember. Yes, thank you.
18.
Yeah, that'll save on the vile stench. There's a bunch
good.
of like spores floating
yeah,
off of this
so-
thing that make you sicky.
Ugh. Gross. Okay. So Dog shares my initiative. Can Dog try to break the grapple on me with an athletics check?
Yeah, absolutely. Dog can.
Nice.
Great. Dog has a +4 to strength, no proficiency in athletics, but so I'm just rolling this straight.
Yep.
Okay, this +4.
+4.
Well, he's only rolled an 8, so that's a 12.
No.
12 is just too low.
No.
DC 13.
I have a heroic inspiration, but I don't think I can give it to Dog.
Yeah, why not? It's your inspiration. It's
Oh,
if
I suppose
if
that's true.
Taglor gives you an inspiration, that's Beleg's.
Oh.
If I, Austin, give it to you, that is Red's inspiration. So
Okay, so that's like a plus. Is
Plus
that like a
1d8,
+8, or do I
yes.
reroll? Okay,
Plus that
well,
1d8,
I
yeah.
guess. Cool.
Come on, dog.
I mean, Dog has rolled a 6, so that is now
Yes, dog.
an 18.
I will not let you be tied up. Dog pulls you out. The mycelium breaks and
Yeah.
comes back away and regroups, starts to
Great.
reform. Kind of Venom symbiote in the Sam
exactly.
Raimi movie, reattaching to itself.
That's pretty cool. Okay, so now I'm not making these attacks at
The first
disadvantage,
one
which is
anyone's
great.
ever said that those were
Hey,
cool.
I like the effects on Venom in that movie. Okay,
That movie is a good 40 minutes buried in 2 hours. That is, I think there's a good 40-minute movie minute there.
To get into the logistics of Venom's presence in the Sam Raimi Spider movies.
Well, we'll get into
Are you
it.
offering that all 4 of us be guests on your Spider-Man 3 movie struck
I
episode?
mean, you could threaten me with that if you want. I can't offer it to you by the nature of the
Don't threaten me
show.
with a good time.
It would be an actual crime to do that and not invite Blue.
And not
He's like
have
that movie's
Blue, yeah.
strongest defender. Okay, I'm gonna attack it now
Please
that I'm not
attack it.
rolling at disadvantage.
Yes,
so,
Beleg.
first attack. The first attack is a 25.
Ooh, yeah, I'll do it.
Get his ass.
Okay, so
or
this is
get his.
1d8 plus 3,
mycelium?
but I'm going to use the spell Shining Smite because that gives everyone advantage on attacks against him.
All right, okay.
So
Yeah,
I'll do that, and
I'll
that
do it.
adds 2d6 extra damage, radiant damage. I mean, it doesn't really matter. And until I drop concentration on this, the target sheds bright light in a 5-foot radius. Attack rolls against it have advantage, and it cannot benefit from the invisible condition. In case anyone was planning on casting that on him for some fucking reason.
Yes, nothing.
And it's a bonus action to cast.
I don't know. My plan to make the giant monster invisible to us, the people trying to kill it.
Yep. Okay, so that is 18 slashing magic radiant damage on the first attack.
Okay. And then you get advantage on the
And
second
now I'm
one.
rolling at advantage, yes. So for the second attack, much less interesting, only a 16.
Yeah, 16 does hit.
Okay, good. I do not
Sorry, I got
think
distracted.
it does the Shining Smite damage on subsequent attacks.
No, it does not. That's the concentration. You cast it, you hit, there's the damage. You can still Divine Smite. No.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that counted as a free thing or a bonus action. But if I can...
Current rules, it's a bonus action, but in the 2014, which we are still technically abiding by, it is a free thing, which is why Paladins are
Right,
busted.
it's under other. Okay, then yes, I will also spend a first level spell slot to Divine Smite. And
Never watched a 15th level fighter, 5th level paladin action surge.
oh god,
It's my friend
Wow.
dealt 700 points of
Jesus.
damage in one turn.
don't threaten me with a good time. I've been stringently avoiding multi-classing in this campaign. Okay, so this is going to be 3d8 plus 3.
He crit 3 times on 7 attacks.
And This thing is not an undead or fiend, technically.
It is a plant. Parentheses fungus.
Boo. Okay, so it's just gonna be this plus 3. That's not great. 4, 8, 11. Yeah, that is only 14 slashing magic radiant damage.
It's still pretty hefty. 14 damage. Pretty divine turn. Lights this thing up literally, starts to hack and slash. But like, you've had a lot of problems in the past with investigation, trying to spot clues. You've had problems getting places. But for once, the thing you're good at, which is fighting a mindless, horrible abomination until it is a charbroiled by divine energy.
I work at a place with a
lump.
lot of very smart people, but this is the one thing I'm kind of good at. All right.
All right.
Let's see. That was my action, my bonus action. I haven't used my movement, but honestly, I can only deal damage to this thing if I'm in grappling range anyway. So like, come what may, whatever.
All right. That'll bring us to Uptaglor. Uptaglor, at the start of your turn, Constitution saving throw, but you do get Beleg's bonus.
That's a plus, what is it?
Plus 3.
Plus 3, thank you. This isn't against being poisoned, is it?
It is.
I have advantage against that.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. 24.
Nice.
Yep, that'll do. Cool.
Okay. All right.
Come on, oopsie baby.
Okay.
What you gonna do?
I'm going to I'm going to attack it with my flux foil.
Nice.
Okay. Roll at advantage to hit.
Yes.
Are you still? Wait. I'm sorry. Are you still grappled and restrained by it?
I am.
You are still
Okay,
restrained.
so you're rolling straight
yeah.
because
Good
the
catch.
Shining Smite neutralizes the teacher. Did we have homework?
Red,
Okay.
you're gonna be a great GM someday.
She already was a great GM. What are you talking about?
Oh, shucks. Thanks.
Okay, that's a natural 18. 23? Yeah, hell yeah.
Tasty.
And that's 6 points of piercing damage, but more importantly, they have disadvantage on the next saving throw they make against the spell you cast until the end of my next turn.
Ooh.
All right.
Um,
do you have a bonus action?
Traps.
yeah.
Do you have any bonus
Do I
actions?
have any bonus actions? As a bonus action, I will inspire Beleg.
Oh, shucks.
And the city runs wild and it takes its toll, but it doesn't seem to shake his soul. And he's making us some coffee and a lot of pots of tea. Right? And he works so hard because the plans forbid that he ever gets to see his kid. Instead, he does a lot of gardening and he does it all for free. Right. He belongs on Mount Celestia with his wife who he keeps vague. That's our plucky little paladin. That's our halfling called Beleg.
Incredible.
I am beginning to enjoy this.
Bars.
An excellent Daniel
Rhino.
Radcliffe.
Okay. And I can't move, so I'll just stay here.
Okay. Beleg is inspired, and it becomes the start of the Fungal Abomination's turn. The Fungal Abomination is going to... It only has one creature grappled.
Uh-oh.
Uptaglor, your
Yeah.
maximum hit
Totally
points
fine.
are reduced by 7.
Well, at least you have aid active,
Okay.
so actually you're still net up 3.
Yeah, you're still
You're
up
actually
3.
still in the positives there, yeah.
Yeah.
That was actually a very clutch thing that you did.
So
So that happens at the start of the
58.
Rot Leech.
50. Jesus.
And now it is going to attack. First on Beleg. 3 creatures, 3 attacks. That's basically, yeah. First one on Beleg. 23 to hit.
Yep.
Very lucky with my dice rolls, honestly. That is 9 bludgeoning and 5 poison. Or necrotic, rather. I think that's exactly what I rolled for you the first time I attacked you.
You said 9 and 5, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
You are restrained.
Yep. Here we go.
Valley. That's not good. 12 to hit,
Oh,
Valley.
no, I'm fine. I miss
Sally,
it.
no.
I
Come on.
yeah,
Does
no,
that hit?
totally
Armor
fine.
on, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
thought that was damage. Oh yeah.
Final attack. Well, it's at advantage. We're gonna roll the tiny dice.
Oh, I gotta roll a concentration check on Shining
Oh.
Smith.
Yes, concentration check. Yes. See, great GM.
Stop. It's only
Right,
hurting me.
21 to hit Uptagalor.
Oh, fuck. Yes, that hits.
15. We're good.
Okay, let me roll my concentration check. Wait, sorry. It was 8 bludgeoning and what necrotic?
3.
3. Thank you. Let me... Is that 2 concentration checks or just 1?
Oh.
That is 1 concentration check.
Okay.
It is 1 source of damage total, delivering. 8
Okay,
and
17.
3.
We're good. On fly.
Okay. Now it's going to swim under the water. It's gonna
Oh,
go
boy.
down 20 feet and over 20 feet. Go 5, 10, 15, 20. And it's gonna bring Uptaglor and the leg, who are both grappled by it. Both of you get pulled into the water.
Uh-oh.
Splash
Okay.
underneath.
I have a question.
I have an answer.
I had Dog kind of holding me by the back of the neck. How does that factor into this playing out?
Dog was not grappling you. You were riding Dog.
Okay.
Dog cannot take an opportunity attack against you because it's force movement.
Can Dog make
But-
an attack of opportunity against the fungal abomination?
Yes, he can. He can make an
Okay.
attack of opportunity against the fungal abomination, as can Valley.
Great.
Your spiritual weapon cannot,
Hell yeah.
since it is
I'll
not a
just
creature.
hit it with my
Okay.
quarterstaff for the first time
But you can make an attack with a weapon if you so choose.
in this campaign.
Slam.
Okay.
Mhm.
Shockingly, does not resist non-magical damage.
Oh, and they're both at advantage because of Shining Smite. still.
Yes, they're both advantage. Your thing is still going.
Jesus Christ. Well, I only rolled a 14 to hit from Dog. So,
And that is
Okay.
8 points
14
damage.
is going to hit.
really? Okay.
Yep, that is the AC.
Nice. Okay. Okay. So
Okay.
that's 1d8
8 points of damage
2
with the quarterstaff.
Radiant, etc., etc.
Supposed to heal 7 from what it did to Uptaglor, so I'll go ahead and take care of that now.
Okay, well that's 7 radiant damage from Dog.
And then 7 backed out again. Now it is underwater. Notably, most weapons are at disadvantage while underwater, most weapon attack rolls. It is finally going to use its bonus action
Uh-oh.
to transform one of its legs into a mycelium tentacle, which will give it 1 more attack, and it will attack Blake. Its speed is reduced as a result of losing the leg, so it's now slower, but it makes more attacks. And it will attack at advantage against Beleg here. That is a natural 19. That's going to hit.
Yes.
That is 9 bludgeoning and 5 necrotic. I've rolled the same every time.
That's the exact same damage, yes. I will not be able to take another one.
According
of
to
those.
Mechanist. Okay. That brings us to the end of its turn. I'm going to bring up the underwater combat rules really quickly.
Great.
Please tell me piercing is
Let me
still
know.
kosher.
That brings us to Fally, who I suspect is not going to make a melee weapon attack underwater, so I'm not so concerned.
Wow,
Fally, what
just
would
a-
you like to do?
What a wild guess.
Not to pigeonhole, but
Um.
Oh. Constitution save again.
Okay.
Alas.
huge.
Ugh.
Right.
I think I failed my
how
concentration
is
check, so Shining Smite drops,
Uptaglor
actually.
looking in terms of health? Rough.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Okay.
Oh, they're fine. They're
just
busted, dude.
Yeah. I'm double checking if I want to do both of you or just Beleg.
I think it might be
is
Beleg. You
where
might
we're
have to
at.
attend
The
to.
leg has reached single
Great.
digits.
We're gonna fix that right now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna cast Healing Word on Beleg.
Keep in mind that you do. Oh, that's your ranged one. Yeah, it is a bonus action, so you have an action still.
But like, here we are.
Here we are. Is an excellent point.
Here we are.
You call forth the divine power of Helm to heal another lawful champion. What level healing word are you casting?
3rd level.
Okay, 3d4 3d4 plus your whiz. That's going to be.
Yeah. That is 9.
Okay.
9 points.
Okay.
Yeah, you know.
Every little bit counts.
Also, you're targeted with a spell by an order domain clerk,
Oh.
which means you are going to get to use your reaction to make an attack of opportunity.
Nice.
It will be a disadvantage.
Finally!
It will be a disadvantage
It is a disadvantage, unfortunately.
because of the restraint, but
Yeah.
it's a free attack there.
I'll still give it a shot. One of them was an 18 and the other one is a 4, so that means 10.
No.
Oh wait, but I do still have an Ooptaglor inspiration, so I'll.
And
I'll
that
just,
does
Okay.
something,
That's
doesn't it?
is that a D8 or a D6? I
D8.
forget.
It's a D8,
Okay.
and that gives you. This is an ability. No, this is an attack
It's an
roll.
attack
Is
roll.
it an attack roll?
Yes, extra damage.
I've rolled a 4. It's 14.
14 is
So I hit.
exactly what you needed,
Yeah.
which means you're going to hit. You can smite on these.
I can't smite. Yeah,
reactions,
so I'm going to. I would really like to do a lot of damage. I'm going to, if you will permit me, stack a Shining Smite and a Divine Smite on the same attack. Is that
I
allowed?
believe Shining Smite. I believe it's just a bonus
Shining
action.
Smite is a. Yes, you're right.
cast
Sorry,
that.
Shining Smite is a bonus action, but I could just do
You
Divine
can
Smite.
Divine Smite, yep.
Okay, so that's 1d8, 2d8, 3d8 plus.
And Noir, the extra effect is extra damage, right?
The target must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take thunder damage equal to the number rolled in the Bardic Inspiration die.
Ooh. Okay, so that'll be if they fail 4.
4.
Con, it's good at this. 15?
15 meets it.
Okay.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay.
It's the one thing it's proficient in.
Right. Okay, and this is 3d8 plus 3. This is not great. 10. 15 slashing magic radiant damage.
Okay.
Not bad for a bonus action free, or a free reaction.
Not bad for a bonus action and a reaction, which gives you an action for a spell, Fally, or anything you'd like to do. So you cast Healing
Yeah.
Word, targeting Beleg. Beleg, opportunity attacks, awesome, and then still the action.
I'm just gonna hit it with Sacred Flame. Why not?
Okay.
Ooh.
2 on the dexterity
Alright.
saving throw.
Then I hit it for 12 points of damage.
Jesus.
Hell yeah, Fally.
Nice.
Yeah, it's
Does this also give it
Sacred
like a
Flame
fairy fire effect, or
great.
is it just like
No, that's
damage?
just damage.
flame-like radiance descends upon a creature. No, it's just
Okay.
No.
It's just radiant damage.
The good news is it's flame-like, not actual flame, because fire damage is halved underwater. Submerged creatures have fire resistance, but this is radiant. It burns through. Creates a horrible bubble, though, that comes up as this gas rises out of the combustion of the water.
So nasty.
Any movement, Fally, before we head over to Ingrid?
I'm just gonna hang out here.
Okay, cool. Ingrid, you just watch both your friends get pulled under the water. What would
Point
you
of
like
order
to do?
question. Can things underwater hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, can the fungal abomination understand me if I say things to it?
It does not speak any languages. So if it says it must be able to understand you, like a vicious mockery or something, then
Yeah.
I think no, it's not going to work.
Yeah, okay, so suggestion is out.
No, suggestion's not going to work on it.
Swim to the surface. No,
Surface. Right.
yeah, literally.
Rise.
I'm going to
Nutcracker.
get a little closer. 50 with my fly speed, which I think should be close enough to inspire Ooptaglor. Oop, you've done it again. Animated things you really shouldn't. Oopsie baby, oops, you're one clever slime. So here's a rhyme to help your next big plan.
I didn't animate anything this time.
Action.
All right, yeah, and then an action.
Could I
Go in the water. Go in the water. Go in the water.
Save yourself.
Stop talking.
Stay out of the water. It's so
What if I
gross.
did one of those bird dives, where they scoop a fish up?
like a fucking gun?
Kinda. Go birds.
Yeah, you could do that. You have 60 feet of fly, plus your boots affect that?
I think that's your call, because the boots say that they, let me get the exact item. Boots,
Do they say double your walking
if you do
speed?
it, double
or...
your speed, full stop.
double your speed. Oh, then yeah, you're all good. All your
Great.
speeds
So
are
I have
doubled.
120
So-
feet of.
Yeah, you
high
120 fly.
speed.
You can use. You're still halved in the water, but that gives you
Yeah.
60. You're gonna be in and out. You're just
Yes,
fine
I would
if
love
you
to
so choose.
dive, swipe at him with the Grigset's blade, and then I'll emerge from the other side. I'm sure he gets an opportunity to attack
Yeah.
as a reaction, but
What kind of weapon is the Grigset's blade? Is it a dagger or a
I believe
short sword?
It is a short sword, but let me double check. It is a short sword.
Oh no, short swords are on the list. On the no disadvantage underwater list.
And this gets sneak attack.
So shockingly, you're gonna roll.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're still gonna get sneak attack because you're
Beautiful.
rolling and you have your insightful.
Nice.
Damn, I was you have disadvantage even if all the other things are good. You as long as you have disadvantage, you can't get sneak attack. So I thought we were gonna pull that off, but
I got that insightful fighting, baby. Okay. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy so hard. Natty 20, babes.
which roll?
Natty 20!
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and use.
I have a strong suspicion he's not going to see the
I'm gonna
other
use
end of this
my
turn.
last bardic inspiration to add the 2d6 from the psychic daggers.
2d6. So 2d6 plus 12.
Hell
So
yeah.
So
sneak
it's
attack,
it's
2d6.
it's 5d6, which is 30.
Yes.
Plus your dexterity, so plus 3, so 33.
My dex
plus
is
5d6.
plus, or no. Griggs's blade does plus 4,
What's this
which
say?
might
Plus
just
4?
be, yeah.
Okay. So yeah. So that's plus 4. So it's 34,
34.
plus whatever you roll on those dice. Ooh,
Oh, shake those dice, baby.
not looking good for this guy.
This feels good. This feels good in a way that nothing has felt good all session.
I've been having a great
I
time.
got
don't
thrown
know
down
about
Pretty
the
good time.
tube of
Honestly,
horrors or whatever.
Tetch is... I think Tetch should work at the agency. I can play him all the time.
21 was what I rolled on across all the damage.
21
Plus
plus 34 is
34 is
55 damage
55.
in one go.
55 points of damage.
Jeez.
Wow. Sophia, how do you want to obliterate
I think it's
this
quite
thing?
literally
Yeah.
as I
It's-
described. Like Ingrid dives in like a bird, like trying to pierce a fish, and just I think takes the blade out
Kinda
in
like
front
a-
of me and just goes
What's
through.
that bird called?
A gunnet?
What's the name of
Shrike?
that? Like a seahawk.
No, boo! I'm changing it. I'm stabbing him with the heel of my boot instead, so it's eagle-like. Nah, but
Fantastic. You completely slice right through something vital in this thing, and the different bodies begin to float apart. Mushroom pieces float to the surface, and Beleg and Uptagor, you are both freed to rise to the surface.
the whole goal of that was getting out of the water as soon as possible. But
Yeah. Good move.
And then you do.
someone who's still in the water should grab a sample.
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you, Beleg.
Yeah, easy enough to grab a big old chunk of this mushroom, the mycelium, hanging off like pumpkin guts hanging at this
Oh,
point.
good. Yeah, great.
I think
Amazing.
that's pumpkin guts. That's like the 13th least disgusting thing I've described this whole session. So you can't even be upset about that one.
Me and the pumpkin guts texture just don't get along. It's not you. It's me.
All right. And with your prize, I believe you're not going to investigate any further with Tetch and the goings on inside
Given
the
how
Weary
close they were to
Spirit
that live
Infirmary.
vivisection they mentioned, I think the sooner that we get this cure to our client, the better.
Well, you won't hear me complain.
Then,
We just delete the restraint condition.
yes. Then without dragging that stuff too much, you're able to take the sample back to Alphax, who, much the same as last time, is able to cure Celinda using some divine magic and some alchemy. She distills a material component out of the fungus that you retrieved and casting her restoration upon Celinda. You watch as the white veins creep back, fade away. Color returns to her as winter turns to spring, and very slight, subtle little buds begin to grow from her hair. Not a big, huge shift, but definitely noticeable. You can see the signs of healing, and though she does not wake, she breathes a little more easily. Alphax thanks you again, and I turn it to the party. Is there anything else that you'd like to do?
I think Fally will have, or at least Fally will ask Alphax if they're willing to write up like a summary of the case and sort of their account as a sort of neutral, unbiased observer of the disease and what they think caused it and how they cured it, that sort of thing.
Alphax is more than happy to. She's an ally to Celestia. That's how she knows Satia, which is how she knows Belay. So, but of course, whatever we can do to be of service here.
Yeah. If we can get a
And in
message
your
there.
medical opinion, is it, if this were to happen again, would whoever was trying to cure it need a similar source? You know, if it wasn't this particular bacteria, or sorry, this particular fungus, would we still need to get some sort of original source, or is there a way of, now that you've cured this, curing it again without the source?
It's difficult to say. Healing in these matters is more of an art. I wish it were more obvious. We'll probably have to wait till this situation is in front of us, though, sadly.
Thank you so much.
Try not to dwell too much on the future. You did well.
Oh, thanks.
Validation from an authority figure. It's everything Valley dreamed of since they got here.
Oh,
Gold star.
all right.
Whoa.
Alphax writes up a little something. So if you're looking to use this as evidence, it's a thorough examination of the events that have occurred, what happened.
Fantastic.
All right. Should we go back to the safe house and try and figure out how to clean all this off my armor?
Ingrid's been popping prestidigitations.
Prestidigitate.
I'm still not gonna feel good until I polish
I
it up
would
myself.
love to try and make a stone call to the loop as the last event of the day, if possible. If no one else had anything else going on.
Hey, yeah, perfect. So low ball, high ball. Are you doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 96, 97, 98,
1, 2,
99,
3, 4,
100?
5. Let's do it.
I believe in you.
Come
Okay.
on. 67. Not even the nice number, you know?
Almost nice. Yeah.
One of these days it's gonna work.
And then I think
All right, the stone call does not go through, but on the subject, does
yes,
Fally
I
make
think
any
Fally
calls?
will make a stone call of his own. He's gonna pull out a little sending stone, and would Zupmoy, would that be known to people in Celestia? Okay,
Yeah, that's why we knew about it. It's
Right,
like,
okay,
oh yeah. I'm sure
Like,
we
the
probably all
You
had to
invaded
memorize
Sigil like a
lists.
couple of years ago, like some wedding somewhere. I don't know.
like I guess in the sense of more of like the most useful name to say this person's behind it to the extent of my knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So Fally's gonna pull out his sending stone and say, trapped in Sigil, abyssal infecting celestial for demon portal, Blake innocent, Zupmoy planning more, probably need source to cure, call my father.
All right, you send
Running
through,
home.
and you can call. This arcane message goes through across the astral sea, arriving in Mount Celestia, and then you hear a bright, shiny voice come through the other side say, Valley, we've missed you. Things are going fine here. Happy to be helping. What's that? Call your father? I'll tell him the things you said. It's Sam. And then cuts off.
Ori.
That little ball of shiny light.
Before Satia became a Hound Archon, he was real fun to talk to. I mean, he's still great fun. He carries the conversation a lot better now, but the ideas he would have back when he was a little ball of light.
Yeah, really lights up my life. Absolutely.
Don't tell him I told you that. He's sensitive about it before he got legs.
Anything else you'd like to take care of before you head back to your safe house?
I think Beleg wants to encourage Ooptaglor's like newfound heroic tendencies, but isn't entirely sure how to phrase it.
Well, there's always tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, hypothetically.
Unless you die, but...
Yeah.
All right, then. Speaking of, as you all head back to the safe house, could I just have everyone roll me just a quick stealth check? Just a small little stealth check.
Sure.
Just a little stealth check.
Roll that tasty disadvantage.
A little something for me,
That's 21 for Ingrid.
Are we doing this physical stealth or social stealth?
Either one.
Oh, great.
So you can use your charisma or your dexterity.
Oh, thank
Amazing.
God.
12.
Okay, 12.
Yes. I rolled them all at disadvantage and my lowest was a 9.
Ooptaglor?
Natural 1, baby.
Not me this time!
Valley?
6.
Ingrid?
No. Okay, sure.
Alright.
You're welcome.
Our safe house isn't so safe no more.
And with that, you return to the back room of this PTC warehouse. Go down to rest, and we will know that tomorrow, in the coming days, that you have the mortuary ahead of you. But that's for another adventure. That concludes this episode of Open and Shut Investigations. Thank you all for joining us, and we will see you next week.
Yes.
Thanks so much for listening to this week's episode of Open and Shut, a Rolling with Difficulty campaign. We'll be back next week with another thrilling installment, but if you miss us before then, check out our Discord for more fun fan conversations. Right now, the Kiana and Finbar pin pack is available for pre-order on our CrowdMade store. We're extending the pre-order by a week, so you have until March 15th to pick up your very own Girl Wonder and Team Dad. If you enjoyed the show, please rate us and leave a review on your preferred podcast platform. And if you really enjoyed the show, consider buying pins or becoming a patron for even more exclusive benefits like cast-created extra content and monthly hangouts. Got all that, Berks? Great. Then we'll see you out on the streets of the cage.